Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. We, the United Kingdom, Denmark, France, Greece, and Slovenia, call for today's urgent meeting of the Security Council on the situation in Gaza. We condemn the government of Israel's decision to further expand its military operations in Gaza. This plan risks violating international humanitarian law. We call on Israel to urgently reverse this decision and not to implement it. And we reiterate that any attempts at annexation or of settlement extension violate international law. Expanding military operations will only endanger the lives of all civilians in Gaza, including the remaining hostages, and result in further unnecessary suffering. Just this week, the Security Council heard a harrowing testimony from Itai David, the brother of Eviatar David, who was cruelly taken hostage by Hamas on 7 October and has been held in atrocious conditions in Gaza for over 22 months. His briefing was a stark reminder that the suffering of the remaining hostages and their families must end. The Security Council has consistently called for the unconditional and immediate release of all the hostages. And we are clear that Hamas must disarm and play no future role, no future part in the governance of Gaza, where the Palestinian Authority must have a central role. But this decision by the Israeli government will do nothing to secure the return of the hostages and risk further endangering their lives. It will also worsen the already catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza and risks further death and mass displacement of Palestinian civilians. The IPC has warned that famine is unfolding in Gaza. Children are dying from starvation. Hunger is so severe that desperate civilians are taking the risk of getting killed at aid distribution sites in order to feed their families. This is a man-made crisis, and therefore urgent action is needed to halt starvation and to surge aid into Gaza. We have a clear message for Israel. Lift restrictions on aid delivery to allow the UN and establish humanitarian partners to operate safely and at scale, in line with the principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence. It is also vital that international NGOs can operate in Gaza. Israel's unreasonable visa and registration requirements must be removed, and all land routes opened for essential supplies, including food, baby formula, medicine, fuel, and clean water. After 22 months of suffering in Gaza, now is the time for diplomacy, no more war. The ceasefire earlier this year showed what can be achieved when there is political will. It ended the bloodshed. Hostages were reunited with their loved ones. Effective humanitarian aid reached those in desperate need. The International Conference on the Two-State Solution last month, co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia, was a powerful demonstration of the strength of international resolve to secure a better future and deliver long-term peace for Israelis, Palestinians, and the region. We call on both parties to secure an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the release of all the hostages, and to urgently advance efforts to achieve a two-state solution. Thank you.
Can you just take a question? Is there
No, we
any
cannot take questions.
European plan to get the talks back on?
We'll speak inside.
Declaro abierta la sesión número 9975 del Consejo de Seguridad. En el orden del día provisional de esta sesión figura el siguiente punto: la situación en Oriente Medio, incluida la cuestión palestina. Queda aprobada el orden del día. De conformidad con el artículo 37 del Reglamento Provisional del Consejo, invito a participar en esta sesión a las delegaciones de Irak, Israel, Kuwait y el Senegal. Así queda acordado. Propongo que el Consejo invite al representante del Estado observador de Palestina ante las Naciones Unidas a participar en esta sesión, de conformidad con el reglamento provisional y la práctica establecida al respecto. Como no veo objeciones, así queda acordado. De conformidad con el artículo 39 del reglamento provisional del Consejo, invito a participar en esta sesión a los siguientes exponentes: señor Miroslav Yencha, subsecretario general para Europa, Asia Central y las Américas del Departamento de Asuntos Políticos y de Consolidación de la Paz y del Departamento de Operaciones de Paz. Y al señor Ramesh Rajasingam, director de la División de Coordinación y jefe y representante de la Oficina de Coordinación de Asuntos Humanitarios en Ginebra, OCHA. Así queda acordado. El Consejo de Seguridad comenzará ahora el examen del punto 2 del orden del día. Doy ahora la palabra al señor Miroslav Yencha.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente. Mr. President, Excellencies, I brief you for the second time this week as the situation in Gaza continues to deteriorate, placing over 2 million Palestinians in even greater peril and further endangering the lives of the remaining hostages. The latest decision by the government of Israel risks igniting another horrific chapter in this conflict with potential consequences beyond Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory. On 8 August, Israel's Security Cabinet reportedly approved Prime Minister Netanyahu's proposed plan for defeating Hamas and endorsed 5 principles for ending the war: the disarmament of Hamas, the release of all hostages, the Gaza Strip's demilitarization, Israeli security control over the Strip, and the establishment of an alternative civilian administration that is neither Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority. The Prime Minister's office also announced that the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, will prepare to take control of Gaza City while providing humanitarian assistance outside combat zones. The IDF said that it is fully mobilized and preparing for an expanded military operation in Gaza. This is yet another dangerous escalation of the conflict. For now, we have limited official details of Israel's military plans. However, according to Israeli media reports, the government foresees the displacement of all civilians from Gaza City by 7 October 2025, affecting some 800,000 people, many of them previously displaced. Reports indicate that the IDF would then surround the city for 3 months. This would then reportedly be followed by an additional 2 months to seize control of central Gaza's camps and clear the entire area of Palestinian armed groups. Mr. President, we are already witnessing a humanitarian catastrophe of unimaginable scale in Gaza. Director Ramesh Rajasingham from OCHA will shortly provide you with the latest updates in this regard. If these plans are implemented, they will likely trigger another calamity in Gaza, reverberating across the region and causing further forced displacements, killings, and destruction, compounding the unbearable suffering of the population. Last night, thousands of protesters gathered in Tel Aviv and cities across Israel to call for a ceasefire and hostage release deal. The UN has been unequivocal. The only way to stop the immense human suffering in Gaza is through a full, immediate, and permanent ceasefire. All hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally. Israel must comply with its obligations under international humanitarian law, allowing rapid, safe, unimpeded, and large-scale delivery of humanitarian aid to the population. Civilians, including humanitarian workers and those seeking aid, must be protected. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security. Palestinians must be able to return to their homes. In its 19 July 2024 advisory opinion, the International Court of Justice stated that, and I quote, Israel, as the occupying power, has the obligation not to impede the Palestinian people from exercising its right to self-determination, including its right to an independent and sovereign state over the entirety of the occupied Palestinian territory, end of quote. Mr. President, as I emphasized to this Council a few days ago, there is no military solution to the armed conflict in Gaza or the broader Israeli-Palestinian conflict. There will be no sustainable solution without an end to Israel's unlawful occupation and the achievement of a viable two-state solution. Gaza is and must remain an integral part of a Palestinian state. We must plan for Gaza's future as we address the urgency of developments on the ground today. We must establish political and security frameworks that can relieve the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, start early recovery and reconstruction, address the legitimate security concerns of Israelis and Palestinians, and forge a path for the realization of a viable two-state solution. In this regard, I urge the immediate implementation of the political, humanitarian, and security steps outlined in the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution of 29 July 2025. Critically, these frameworks must facilitate a legitimate Palestinian government that can reunify Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, politically, economically, and administratively. This government must represent Palestinians across the entirety of the occupied Palestinian territory. A united leadership is crucial to managing post-conflict Gaza and advancing Palestinian self-determination and sovereignty. I urge the Palestinian Authority to advance its stated goal of holding elections. Palestinians have the right to have their voices heard and to be meaningfully included in the process of shaping the future of the State of Palestine. Our ultimate goal remains unchanged: Israel and a fully independent, democratic, contiguous, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state, of which Gaza is an integral part, living side by side in peace and security within secure and recognized borders on the basis of the pre-1967 lines, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states. I thank you.
Agradezco al señor Yencha la información que nos ha proporcionado. Doy ahora la palabra al señor Ramesh Rajan Singham.
Thank you, Mr. President. The suffering endured in Gaza over the past 22 months has been nothing short of soul-searing. Our shared humanity demands that this unacceptable catastrophe is brought to an immediate end. Mr. President, I will address three matters today. First, I'm extremely concerned over the prolonged conflict, the reports of atrocities and further human toll that is likely to unfold following the government of Israel's decision to expand military operations in Gaza. This marks a grave escalation in the conflict that has already inflicted unimaginable suffering. Now, for over 670 days, Palestinians in Gaza have endured daily killings and injuries. More than 61,000 people have been killed, including at least 18,000 children, and 151,000 have been injured, according to Gaza's Ministry of Health. Meanwhile, 50 hostages are believed to remain in Gaza, with those still alive held in inhumane and appalling conditions. Thousands of Palestinians, including women and children, remain in Israeli detention, many held without charge or trial, all the required safeguards. A grim milestone has also been crossed in our sector, the humanitarian community. Over 500 humanitarian workers have been killed in Gaza since hostilities escalated, including at least 167 women. Smear campaigns against aid operations continue unabated. And as we approach World Humanitarian Day, we must insist on the protection of all aid workers. Mr. President, second, humanitarian conditions are beyond horrific. We have frankly run out of words to describe it. Whatever lifelines remain are collapsing under the weight of sustained hostilities, forced displacement, and insufficient levels of life-saving aid. Hunger-related deaths are rising, especially among children, with severe malnutrition. Since the escalation of hostilities in October 2023, the health authorities in Gaza have documented the deaths of 98 children from severe acute malnutrition, 37 alone since the 1st of July, just over a month ago. This is no longer a looming hunger crisis. This is starvation, pure and simple. Each day brings harrowing images of women, men, and children killed and injured while desperately seeking assistance. The situation is untenable, especially for older people, people with disabilities, and children without parental care, and widowed women. Gaza lies in ruins. Almost everyone in Gaza has been forcibly displaced at some point over the past 2 years, and at least once. Palestinians in Gaza have been forced into an area that amounts to less than 14% of the territory, in areas that are not safe and are lacking basic services or shelter. Further, expansion of military operations will make these conditions even worse. Families in Gaza living in insecure and overcrowded conditions, many without shelter. 11% of some 6,500 households surveyed recently by humanitarian partners were reported to be living out in the open. No organization, UN or otherwise, has been able to bring shelter supplies into Gaza since the 2nd of March. The lack of adequate shelter is particularly worrisome, as we know that winter will soon be upon us. Given the scale of repeated displacement and current living conditions, preventing the entry of emergency shelter supplies defies the obligation to allow humanitarian relief for the population in need. The humanitarian system is effectively collapsed, hospitals are not protected, doctors have been killed or detained, and facilities are working without sufficient medical supplies. Water and sanitation infrastructure, already at a critical failing point before the crisis, are now almost completely failing, and social cohesion is unraveling. So how are the people in Gaza expected to survive in these conditions? Mr. President, my third point, the recent military tactical pauses have enabled some positive changes in humanitarian operations. Limited amounts of fuel have been allowed in, and on 5 August, Israeli authorities approved a mechanism for the gradual resumption of controlled commercial goods into Gaza. This has resulted in different types of food returning to markets and a slight decrease in some prices. Our teams on the ground caution us that despite these developments, meaningful change for the population remains elusive, as humanitarian conditions remain largely unchanged. Security conditions have remained volatile, fighting has continued, crossing arrangements have remained inadequate. Humanitarian missions, though less frequently denied outright, can still take over 18 hours, with teams stranded on dangerous roads. Extreme desperation is driving people to take the humanitarian aid in transit, but this need not be the case. We've seen that when assistance is rapidly and significantly scaled up, incidents of looting and insecurity decline, and trust begins to be rebuilt. The United Nations has the plan and the systems in place to respond. We've said this before, and we will say it again and again. Let us work. To assist all those in need at scale, we must have predictable access, and the movement of life-saving goods must be more effectively facilitated. It is equally critical that all humanitarian partners on the ground, including international humanitarian organizations, are allowed to deliver life-saving services. Registration processes for non-governmental organizations that the government of Israel introduced earlier this year are concerning and risk further undermining operational capacity and continuity. Mr. President, echoing the Secretary General, I remain deeply concerned about the ripple effects of the expansion of Gaza military operations on the West Bank, where military operations, settler violence, and home demolitions persist at unprecedented and alarming rates. A year ago, the International Court of Justice determined that Israel must bring its unlawful presence, policies, and practices to an end as rapidly as possible. Developments in the West Bank worsen and exist in an existing humanitarian situation that sadly remains less visible, but not because it is less severe, but because the global attention has been drawn elsewhere. Mr. President, Security Council members, and indeed the international community listening, states and all those with any influence must look within our bruised collective conscience and summon the courage to do so, to do what is necessary to end this inhumanity and pain. It is also what international law demands. Civilians must be protected, and their essential needs must be met, and hostages must be released unconditionally. Arbitrarily detained Palestinians must be freed. Israel must agree to and facilitate humanitarian relief operations, both into and within the Gaza Strip, to reach the population in need. The International Court of Justice's provisional measures in the case on the application of the Genocide Convention in Gaza remain in place, including the demand that Israel take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance. Life and dignity should be respected for all. International humanitarian law serves as a compass for the conduct in war and is designed to ensure a minimum of humanity. The parties in all states must honor their commitment to this. The suffering must stop. Mr. President, thank you.
Agradezco al señor Rajasingham la información que ha proporcionado. Daré ahora la palabra a los miembros del Consejo que deseen formular una declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Reino Unido.
Thank you, President. I thank ASG Yencha and Mr. Rajasingham for briefing us today. The United Kingdom requested this meeting alongside Denmark, France, Greece and Slovenia in response to the government of Israel's decision to further escalate its military operations in Gaza. As my Prime Minister said, this decision is wrong, and we urge the government of Israel to reconsider immediately. Expanding military operations will do nothing to bring an end to this conflict. It will not secure the release of the hostages. It will only deepen the suffering of Palestinian civilians in Gaza. This is not a path to resolution. It is a path to more bloodshed. President, just this week, the Security Council heard harrowing testimony from Eli David, the brother of Eviatar David, who's been cruelly taken by Hamas on 7 October. He's been held hostage in appalling and inhuman conditions for over 21 months. The Security Council has in its 4 resolutions since 7 October called for the unconditional and immediate release of the hostages. I repeat that call today. We are clear that Hamas must disarm and can play no future part in the governance of Gaza, where the Palestinian Authority must have a central role. But, as many family members of the hostages have warned, this decision by the Israeli government will do nothing to secure the return of the hostages. Instead, it risks further endangering their lives. This escalation will only exacerbate an already catastrophic humanitarian crisis, uprooting 1 million more people and forcing them into dangerously overcrowded, unsanitary, and undersupplied areas. In Gaza, children and babies are suffering from starvation. Hundreds of civilians have been killed trying to access basic food supplies. This inhumanity cannot be justified. The partial aid access Israel granted in late July has proven woefully inadequate. We have a clear message for Israel. Urgently and permanently lift all restrictions on aid delivery. Yesterday, the UK announced a further $11.4 million for OCHA's Occupied Palestinian Territories Humanitarian Fund. It is vital that the UN and established humanitarian partners can operate safely and at scale, in line with the principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence. And Israel must not bar humanitarian NGOs from their essential work through unreasonable and arbitrary registration requirements. All land routes must be opened for essential supplies, including food, baby formula, medicine, shelter, fuel, and clean water. President, A diplomatic solution is possible, but both parties must step away from the path of destruction. We urge the parties to engage in good faith negotiations and to show political will to secure a ceasefire deal and commit to a path to peace. The recent conference on the two-state solution was a powerful demonstration of the international resolve to achieve a brighter future for the region. The UK will continue working with our partners on a long-term plan to secure peace in the region as part of a two-state solution. This is the only way to guarantee Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace, security, and dignity. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación del Reino Unido su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra a la delegación de Dinamarca.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to thank ASG Genter and Director Rajasingham for their briefings. Denmark joined France, Greece, Slovenia, and the UK in calling for this urgent meeting. For months, the world has watched in despair as conditions in Gaza have grown more catastrophic by the day. Heartbreaking images and videos of suffering, destruction, and death live-streamed on a daily basis. Instead of heeding our call to immediately end the war in Gaza, Israel has chosen to further escalate its offensive. We condemn the Israeli government's decision to expand the military operation in Gaza. We urge Israel to reverse its decision, which will not secure the release of the hostages nor help end the conflict. It will only cause further bloodshed and deepen the suffering of civilians. We categorically reject any forced displacement. The ICJ's advisory opinion on this matter must be fully respected. Any unilateral attempts to alter the demography or status of the Gaza Strip are unacceptable and constitute a clear violation of international law. Mr. President, civilians in Gaza are starving and face severe limitation in accessing humanitarian aid which Israel is obligated to ensure the population receives. According to OCHA, 1 in 3 people in Gaza has not eaten for days, and over 1,300 of them have been killed while seeking food, most of them young men and boys desperately seeking to feed their families. Today, the entire Strip faces famine-like conditions. This is unconscionable. We deplore the killings of starving civilians trying to get food. The alarming frequency and scale of these incidents are simply unacceptable. We reiterate our call for transparent investigations into these incidents. As we have said many times before, Israel must immediately change course. All restrictions on the delivery of humanitarian aid must be lifted. Civilians, including humanitarian and UN personnel, as well as civilian infrastructure, must be protected in accordance with international law. We must return to the UN-led humanitarian aid system at once. Humanitarian aid must cease to be politicized and used as a political bargaining chip in Gaza. Denmark firmly condemns the heinous terrorist attacks on 7 October 2023 perpetrated by Hamas. There can be no justification for this attack, nor for the continued maltreatment of the remaining hostages. However, Israel's response must be exercised in compliance with international law and with full respect for international humanitarian law. The fight against terrorism cannot come at the expense of the rules that safeguard humanity. To conclude, Mr. President, the violence in Gaza must end. To the parties, we demand a return to a ceasefire, the delivery of humanitarian aid with no restrictions, and the immediate and unconditional release of all the remaining hostages. Denmark will never go back on those principles and will continue to reiterate these demands. We will not tire in our support to the two-state solution, and we will not tire in our commitment to peace in the Middle East. We urge the warring parties to stop burying peace in the rubbles. Thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Dinamarca su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra a la delegación de Francia.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais vous remercier d'avoir convoqué cette réunion d'urgence que nous avons demandée avec nos partenaires européens du Conseil de sécurité. Je remercie également le sous-secrétaire général, M. Miroslav Jenša, ainsi que M. Ramesh Rajasingham du BCAH pour leurs interventions aujourd'hui. Face à la gravité des dernières annonces faites par Israël, il nous fallait tirer la sonnette d'alarme. Comme nous l'avons indiqué le 8 août dernier, la France condamne, dans les termes les plus forts, le plan du gouvernement israélien d'étendre ses opérations militaires pour prendre le contrôle de la ville de Gaza en vue de contrôler militairement l'ensemble de la bande de Gaza. La France appelle le gouvernement israélien à revenir sur cette décision. Elle rappelle sa ferme opposition à tout projet d'occupation, d'annexion et de colonisation de la bande de Gaza et de déplacement forcé de sa population. De telles actions constitueraient de nouvelles violations caractérisées du droit international d'une extrême gravité, contraires aux principes fondamentaux sur lesquels se base cette organisation et en contradiction avec l'avis consultatif de la Cour internationale de justice du 19 juillet 2024. Elle représenterait, par ailleurs, une menace pour la sécurité régionale et mènerait à une impasse absolue. L'extension et l'intensification des opérations militaires israéliennes dans les zones les plus densément peuplées de Gaza auraient des conséquences humanitaires dramatiques. À Gazaville, mais également dans le reste de Gaza, les civils survivent déjà dans des conditions effroyables. Les images d'enfants mourant de faim ou de civils pris pour cible alors qu'ils cherchaient de la nourriture sont insoutenables. Il est essentiel qu'Israël se conforme à ses obligations en vertu du droit international humanitaire. Les annonces et demi-mesures ne suffisent pas. Les populations et infrastructures civiles doivent être protégées. Israël doit, de toute urgence, ouvrir tous les points de passage pour permettre un acheminement immédiat, massif, sûr et sans aucune entrave de l'aide humanitaire sur tout le territoire. Israël est tenu de permettre aux Nations unies et à tous les acteurs humanitaires, dont les organisations non gouvernementales internationales, d'opérer librement et en toute sécurité. La mise en œuvre de la décision du gouvernement israélien ne contribuera en rien à la sécurité d'Israël et de ses ressortissants, en particulier celle des otages encore détenus par le Hamas à Gaza. La France appelle à nouveau vigoureusement le Hamas à leur libération immédiate, inconditionnelle, et à se saisir des propositions de cessez-le-feu plutôt que de prolonger, par son attitude d'obstruction, le calvaire de la population de Gaza. La France appelle au désarmement du Hamas et à sa reddition. Monsieur le Président, l'avenir de la bande de Gaza doit s'inscrire dans le cadre d'un futur État palestinien dirigé par l'autorité palestinienne. La France continuera à se mobiliser pour la mise en œuvre de la solution à deux États, la seule qui puisse garantir une paix et une sécurité durable pour les Israéliens et les Palestiniens, comme elle l'a fait lors de la conférence de New York, coprésidée avec l'Arabie saoudite. Nous appelons tous les États à s'inscrire dans cette dynamique collective en endossant la déclaration de New York, qui propose des mesures concrètes pour préserver la solution des deux États et œuvrer à la stabilisation de la bande de Gaza. Elle propose également le déploiement d'une mission internationale temporaire de stabilisation afin d'assurer la sécurité des Israéliens et des Palestiniens. Monsieur le Président, après 22 mois de souffrance, le calvaire enduré par la population de Gaza et par les otages doit cesser immédiatement. C'est pourquoi nous appelons le gouvernement d'Israël à revenir sur sa décision de prendre le contrôle militaire de la bande de Gaza. La France réitère son appel à un cessez-le-feu immédiat et permanent, à la libération des otages et à l'acheminement massif et sans entrave de l'aide humanitaire. Je vous remercie.
Agradezco a la delegación de Francia su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Grecia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for convening this urgent meeting upon the request of the European members of this Council. I also wish to thank Assistant Secretary General Mr. Miroslav Jenca and OCHA Director Mr. Ramesh Rajasingham for their briefings. Only days ago, the international community gathered in New York with a clear yet urgent message. The war in Gaza must end, the two-state solution must be realized, Palestinians, Israelis, and all peoples of the region deserve a fair chance at peace. Yet, recent developments seem to have pushed this proposal further out of reach. We condemn Israel's decision to further expand its military operations in Gaza, and we urge Israel to reconsider it. Such actions would endanger the lives of all civilians in Gaza, deepen the humanitarian suffering, and exacerbate the anguish over the fate of the remaining hostages. They would also worsen the already dire humanitarian situation in Gaza and risk further loss of life and large-scale displacement of Palestinians. We strongly oppose any attempts to forcibly displace the Palestinian population and reiterate that any potential annexation of Gaza or any other part of the occupied Palestinian territories would contravene international law and numerous Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 2334, would jeopardize regional stability and security and would undermine the prospect of a two-state solution. Mr. President, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is severe and worsening. Hospitals are overstretched, starvation and malnutrition, especially among children, are worsening, access to clean water remains limited, and civilians risk their lives daily in search of food. We cannot turn a blind eye to this tragedy, nor remain silent while hostages continue to suffer at the hands of Hamas. We call once again for the immediate, unimpeded, and large-scale delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza. The blockade must be lifted, civilians and humanitarian workers must be protected in accordance with international humanitarian law, and the work of the aid agencies should be facilitated. Greece has taken concrete steps to alleviate suffering in Gaza. Just yesterday, in close cooperation with the European Union and other partners of the region, we conducted an airdrop of food supplies over Gaza. We also stressed the need to fully implement the humanitarian steps agreed upon between Israel and the European Union to improve the situation in Gaza. The expertise of the United Nations systems, particularly UNRWA, is pivotal. In addition, OCHA, as we have just heard again today, has repeatedly expressed its readiness to initiate a UN-coordinated humanitarian plan in the event of a ceasefire or pause in hostilities. We reaffirm our unwavering support for the agency in this regard. Mr. President, Greece's position remains principled and consistent. We have repeatedly condemned the atrocities of October 7. Hamas rule in Gaza must end. All hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally. At the same time, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza must be addressed without delay, and we remain steadfast in our support for the international call to implement the two-state solution. Mr. President, violence in all its forms is never the answer. Dialogue and diplomacy are the only viable path to lasting peace. We therefore call on both parties to agree to an immediate and permanent ceasefire, to secure the release of all hostages, and to advance efforts towards a two-state solution in line with relevant Security Council resolutions while guaranteeing Israel's right to exist in peace and security. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Grecia su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Eslovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for convening the urgent meeting at the request of the members of the Council, including my own country, Slovenia. We thank Assistant Secretary General Jenča, as well as Director Rajasingham, for their briefings. Mr. President, each time we come to this chamber to discuss the situation in Gaza, we come thinking that we cannot possibly reach new depth. And yet, we convene again today, following the reprehensible announcement by the Israel cabinet that it intends to expand its military campaign and take control of the Strip. A plan of horror and destruction. A new law which Slovenia utterly rejects. A new law which will end in mass civilian casualties and suffering. A new law which will make Israelis less safe in the short and long term. A new law, in spite of continuous appeals from the international community and from the numerous voices from Israel to end the war. Colleagues, Israel's decision directly contradicts the July 2024 advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, which declared that Israel must end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. It shows contempt towards the two-state solution, which was resoundingly reinforced by almost the entire international community at a conference held just 2 weeks ago, and which remains the official position of this Council, codified through its resolutions. Slovenia expresses its firm condemnation of this plan, and we call for its immediate reversal. Mr. President, Gaza's death toll is simply staggering. Israel has pursued a deliberate policy of starvation, of manufacturing a famine to pursue political and military gains, in a clear and blatant violation of international humanitarian law. The aerial photos which have emerged of Gaza in recent days show nothing but total destruction, a piece of land reduced to dust. And now we are faced with the prospect of further military escalation, of more violence, of an operation which will undoubtedly wreak havoc on civilians in Gaza and the hostages alike. Obvious questions arise. What will happen to those surviving Palestinians once Israel launches its takeover, particularly the 1 million people living in Gaza City, whose lives already hang in the balance, exhausted by attacks and denied aid? We will not be able to claim that we didn't know. We know that civilians are destined to suffer further mass casualties. We know that they will be displaced once more, chased from corner to tiny camps or even beyond. What will become of the hostages? Just 4 days ago, we heard the heartbreaking testimony of Eli David, brother of Eviatar David, who is still held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. He told us in clear terms that we cannot wait any longer. Who, if not this Council, can stop the killing? Every minute counts for Eviatar. Every minute counts for countless civilians caught in the fire in Gaza. We cannot simply accept a forever war and the continued destruction and traumatization of generations of Palestinians and Israelis. Ambassador Mansour on Tuesday used the words, "We chose peace." The Palestinian Authority has made commitments to comprehensive reforms necessary to govern Gaza and the West Bank. Does the Israeli leadership have the moral clarity to abandon military adventurism and choose peace? Does Hamas have the courage to choose peace, disarm, and to release the hostages immediately and without condition in full dignity. Colleagues, all civilians in Gaza, Israelis and Palestinians, are hostages. Our responsibility to move to protect them against upcoming military onslaught weighs heavy on our shoulders, including as an elected member of this Council. The impunity felt by the occupying power needs to be stopped. We listen and we hear a global cry for the war to stop, for hostages to be freed, for aid to flow in. We need to take action. That's why this Council was created, and that's why the Charter provided the Council with many tools to maintain peace and security. We stand ready to do whatever it takes to stop the killing and suffering. Thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Eslovenia su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra a la delegación de Argelia.
Mr. President, at the outset, I thank you for the prompt scheduling of this meeting, a meeting requested by almost all members of this Council, a meeting born of urgency. We extend our appreciation to ASG Yanka and to Mr. Rajasingham for their sobering briefings on the catastrophic reality in Gaza. Yes, Gaza is facing hell. It is in the hands of an occupying power that threats the international peace and security. Algeria condemns in the strongest terms the decision of the Israeli cabinet to displace the entire population of Gaza City and northern Gaza, and to impose full military control of the Gaza Strip, as if Gaza was not already under occupation, as if Gaza was not already under inhuman siege. These are war crimes, and those who draw their maps in blood must not walk in the shadow of impunity. Justice must call them by name. There must be accountability. Mr. President, after 22 months of forced displacement, 22 months of starvation, 22 months of ethnic cleansing, such an operation would not merely ruin Gaza. It will just annihilate what remains of it. As if killing more than 62,000 people were not enough. As if killing more than 18,000 children for God's sake, were not enough. As if killing more than 12,000 women were not enough. As if starving to death more than 200 human beings were not enough. The list is too long, too heavy, too dark for this page to hold. And yet, persisting in their genocidal tactics, the Israeli occupying power plan more. Can you imagine what will be left if they execute their plan? Their objective is clear, crystal clear, to push an entire people outside their homeland. Palestinians shall have no state, no flag, no future in their land. No Palestinian shall stay from the river to the sea. Yet, they forget. They forget that the land remembers its sons. They forget that olive trees do not surrender to the axe. They grow back from the root. Despite the brutality of the oppression, Palestinians will not abandon their homeland. Palestinians will not let go their rights. We believe in their resilience, as we believe that Gaza, although wounded and bleeding, will one day rise again. Mr. President, let us be clear. The Israeli authorities care nothing for international law. They care nothing for this council. They care nothing for humanity itself. They act with brutality, cruelty, and barbarity, stripping Palestinians of their very essence as human beings, reducing them to something less in their eyes, to human animals. Yes, for them, Palestinians are just human animals. And so, they orchestrate the killing of Palestinians by every instrument. Starvation, thirst, weapons, and humiliation. Humiliation. Mr. President, faced with this genocide, every voice has risen. The International Court of Justice investigates the plausible crime of genocide by the Israeli occupying power. The International Criminal Court pursues those who sign their names in the records of war crimes. The General Assembly condemns repeatedly the occupation and demands its end. The United Nations Human Rights Council counts the wounds and denounces its violation. And yet, in this chamber, the one entrusted with peace and security by the United Nations Charter. Sits. The Council sits silent. The Council says nothing. And silence is not neutral. Silence kills. Mr. President, the Security Council must rise to defend the child clutching the last crumb of bread. Rise to shield the mother searching for her sons under rubbles. Rise to help the father wounded while seeking help to feed his kids. Rise to break the silence, to break the cycle of impunity. This Council must act decisively, resolutely, by resorting to its utmost tools to act under Chapter 7 of the Charter. The hour has come to impose sanctions on the hand that steals the land, on the flag that flaps over ruin. The hour has come to impose sanction on the enemy of humanity. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Argelia por su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Somalia.
Mr. President, I thank you for the swift convening of this emergency meeting today. I also express gratitude to Assistant Secretary General Yanka and Mr. Ramish, Head and Representative of OCHA in Geneva, for their sobering briefing and tireless commitment. In the last 48 hours, Israel's announcement of its intention to impose military control over the entire Gaza Strip is not an abstraction. It's a chilling blueprint for the next chapter of its devastation to come. For the 2 million people still trapped in Gaza, this means the escalation of what has already become hell on earth, literally and figuratively, leading to the world's worst man-made famine. It's a death sentence for civilians where over 60,000 Palestinians have been killed since the escalation began, the majority of them women and children. More than 150,000 have been injured, and 90% of Gaza's population are now internally displaced, many living in makeshift shelters without clean water or food. The expanded military assault will make survival impossible for the civilian population. The International Court of Justice, in its recent advisory opinion, reaffirmed the legal obligation of Israel regarding the occupied Palestinian territory. The court was unequivocal. The occupation, the blockade, the denial of humanitarian access, and actions resulting in collective punishment violate international law. the continued targeting of essential services, and the forcible displacement of the Palestinian people from their land in Gaza or the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, directly contradicts the principles this Council exists to uphold. We also stress the necessity of preserving the legal and historical status quo at the Islamic and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, recognizing the essential role of the Hashemite custodianship in this regard. We are gravely concerned about the recent incidents at Al-Aqsa Mosque and reiterate that any provocation or violation undermines peace and stability and must be unequivocally condemned. Mr. President, we have heard enough talk of security as a pretext for collective punishment. True security cannot be built upon the ruins of justice. There can be no peace while occupation persists, and no real security unless the rights of Palestinians, including the right to self-determination, are recognized and protected. What is needed now is not another brief pause, but an immediate and a permanent ceasefire. Not another limited corridor, but full and unfettered humanitarian access so that food, water, medicine provided by agencies like UNRWA and OCHA can flow freely, not as a charity, but as a matter of right. Not another partial exchange, but the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and detainees so that no one endures inhumane conditions under illegal captivity away from their families and loved ones. Not more negotiations to nowhere, but a genuine commitment to end the occupation and realize the two-state solution this Council and the world have long endorsed. We must not allow the language of military necessity to drown out the cries of the hungry and the displaced. The forced starvation of a population is not an accident of war. It's a crime under international law. The bombardment of neighborhoods and the expulsion of families are not regrettable side effects. They are violations that demand accountability. Mr. President, to conclude, this is not just a test for Israel and Palestine. It's a test for all humanity. Will we stand by, citing complexity and precedent? Or will we act with the urgency and moral clarity that this moment demands? In these darkest moments, it's worth remembering what brought the United Nations into existence in the first place. Our charter opens with a solemn pledge, and I quote, "to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war," end of quote. A promise born from the ashes of World War II, when the world vowed never again. Yet, 8 decades later, we are confronted once more with the images and the realities of children buried beneath rubbles, starvation used as a weapon, families uprooted, and entire communities erased. If we cannot act now to uphold this promise in Gaza, we must ask ourselves, what then is the purpose of this Council? What, in truth, remains of our solemn oath to future generations? Let the response not be graveyard silence. And silence in moments like these is not neutrality. For all the victims, it is a verdict. I thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco a la delegación de Somalia su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de la República de Corea.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this meeting in a timely manner. I would also like to thank ASG Incha and Mr. Rajasingham for their concise and powerful briefings. The Republic of Korea is gravely concerned by the Israeli Security Cabinet's recent approval to expand the war in Gaza and occupy Gaza City, as this plan entails significant and multifaceted risks. We urge Israel to retract this plan. In this context, I would like to address each risk in turn. First, the plan, if implemented, will devastate an already catastrophic humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Daily images of starving Palestinian children and aerial scenes of Gaza's near total destruction demands our attention to focus on alleviating the dire humanitarian needs. However, the proposed military escalation will only deepen the extended suffering of an exhausted, sick, and hungry population. Not deliver the humanitarian relief they so clearly need, and that the international community is urgently calling for. The proposed plan's primary target, Gaza City, is one of the few remaining areas where a large civilian population has sought tenuous refuge. And a renewed full-scale operation against it will inevitably cause another round of forced displacement and killings. With much of Gaza already declared a buffer zone or under evacuation orders, and its borders largely sealed, displaced civilians lack shelter or safe zones, raising fears of mass expulsion or so-called voluntary migration, which is not in itself voluntary. Second, this plan entails a grave risk to the lives of the hostages. This council, including my country, has spoken with one voice in calling for their immediate and unconditional release. Yet, the announced plan, if implemented, will expose them to intensified hostilities and undermine diplomatic efforts toward their freedom. While Israel claims that it will push for the release of the hostages through decisive military victory, such an outcome could make it more difficult to bring the hostages home, a concern voiced by their families. Hamas' explicit warning that any further military expansion could risk the hostage, which the Republic of Korea resolutely condemns, adds further weight to this concern. Meanwhile, we remind Hamas that the release of all hostages is imperative to prevent any further deterioration to the situation. Hamas' continued holding of hostages, despite the ongoing despair of innocent civilians in Gaza, is unjustifiable. Under any excuse, nothing but a contemptible act. Third, Israel should not undermine the prospect of a two-state solution and regional stability. The Republic of Korea has continuously reiterated our full support for the two-state solution, along with the vast majority of the international community, in line with relevant UNSC resolution, including Resolution 2334, as the only viable path forward to bring peace, security, prosperity, and dignity to all people in the region. Yet Israel's plan encompasses so many elements incoherent to the resolution, which can result in seizing full control of Gaza while rejecting the Palestinian Authority. These actions are exactly the opposite of what the resolution aimed for: peaceful and sustainable coexistence of Israel and Palestinians. Israel must therefore not only retract the plan, but also cease any annexation efforts, including its West Bank settlement activities, which are clearly illegal under international law. In closing, Mr. President, let me make a final remark. As a representative from a long divided, once war-torn nation, the Republic of Korea understands, perhaps more than most, the tragic consequences of protracted conflict, as well as the urgency of multilateral assistance and humanitarian aid. Our history powerfully teaches us that military force alone cannot guarantee permanent peace and security. It can only defer the recurrence of conflict. This is why, despite the persistence of challenging circumstances, we remain committed to resolving differences through dialogue and cooperation rather than through force. We therefore call once again on all relevant parties to sincerely engage with ongoing mediation efforts of the international community aimed at securing ceasefire, releasing the hostages, and mobilizing and ensuring unhindered and dignified aid to Gaza at scale. Only through a genuine dialogue, sustained commitment, and mutual compromise can we hope to construct the robust foundation for a just and durable peace for all. I thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco a la República de Corea su declaración. Doy la palabra a Sierra Leona.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for convening this emergency meeting at the request and with support of almost all of the members of the Security Council. I also thank Assistant Secretary General Yencha and Mr. Rajasinghan for their valuable briefings. Sierra Leone expresses its full solidarity with the leadership and personnel of the United Nations and all humanitarian partners who, despite immense challenges, continue to serve humanity with courage and dedication. Mr. President, colleagues, the decision by the Israeli Security Cabinet to take control of Gaza City through an expanded military operation has shocked and alarmed the international community and capitals across the world. As underscored in the Secretary General's statement on the issue, this represents an extremely dangerous escalation that will deepen the already catastrophic humanitarian crisis in Gaza, cause further mass displacement, and increase civilian casualties in a territory already devastated by months of bombardment. If implemented, such reoccupation or annexation would constitute a grave breach of international law, including international humanitarian law. It reflects collective punishment of the Palestinian population through indiscriminate and systemic attacks on civilians and the obstruction of urgently needed humanitarian assistance, both prohibited under the Geneva Conventions. This course of action is in direct contravention of the International Court of Justice's 2024 advisory opinion on the legal consequences of Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and is contrary to binding Security Council resolutions, including 242 of 1967 and 2334 of 2016. These instruments reaffirm the inadmissibility of acquiring territory by force, the illegality of settlement activity, and the imperative of ending the occupation that began in 1967. As the Secretary General has further warned, there will be no sustainable solution to this situation, to this conflict, without an end to this unlawful occupation and achievement of a viable two-state solution. Gaza is and must remain an integral part of a Palestinian state. End of quote. The scale of the humanitarian crisis is unprecedented. Over 61,000 civilians killed, 152,000 wounded, and the entire population on the brink of famine, according to the latest IPC alert. Humanitarian workers themselves are going without daily meals as access is blocked. Inaction by this Council and member states with influence will only lead to further destruction, loss of life, and the erosion of human dignity. Mr. President, the plight of the remaining hostages is a matter of serious concern, and Sierra Leone reiterates its call for their immediate and unconditional release. However, the situation cannot be used to justify violations of international law. Measures of collective punishment or the unlawful annexation of territory. International law requires that civilians be protected at all times, without exception. Reoccupation and annexation will not address Israel's legitimate security concerns. On the contrary, such measures are likely to deepen hostility, entrench instability, and delay the normalization of relations with its neighbors. Genuine normalization endorsed by the Arab Peace Initiative and consistent with the two-state solution offers Israel the prospect of lasting peace, security, and regional acceptance, but only if it is accompanied by an end to occupation and the realization of Palestinian statehood. This conflict demands both urgent action to halt the violence and a long-term commitment to a political horizon grounded in the two-state solution. Any action that ignores these objectives risks perpetuating instability in occupied Palestinian territory and the wider region. Accordingly, Sierra Leone reiterates the following. First, the Council must remain united in demanding an immediate and lasting ceasefire and in using all diplomatic and political tools to ensure compliance with international law and the relevant UN resolutions. We also reiterate the need and legal obligation for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas and other armed groups since 7 October 2023, all Palestinians as well as all Palestinians detainees. We urge Hamas and the other armed groups to allow access to the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, to the hostages to assess and support their well-being. Second, in line with the ICJ's provisional measures of 24 May 2024, Israel must, in full cooperation with the United Nations, ensure the unhindered provision at scale of basic services and humanitarian aid throughout Gaza, in full respect of international humanitarian law. Third, recalling the ICJ's advisory opinion of 19 July 2024, Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful and must end as rapidly as possible. All policies and actions that harm the civilian population or undermine the viability of the two-state solution must cease immediately. Fourth, accountability is essential. The Council must act to end the cycle of impunity that has allowed violations to persist for decades. All grave breaches of international law, including annexation, must be met with consequences. Mr. President, for decades, the United Nations has provided a clear framework for peace. Two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security within internationally recognized borders, with Jerusalem as their shared capital. These are not aspirational ideals. They are obligations arising from the resolutions of this Council and the principles of the UN Charter. The decision to reoccupy Gaza moves in the opposite direction, from law towards chaos, from diplomacy towards escalation. It risks destroying what remains of the credibility of the political process and further diminishing prospects of a negotiated settlement. The Council must reject any action that seeks to alter the status of Gaza by force and must reaffirm unequivocally that Gaza is an inseparable part of the Palestinian state. We must work collectively to uphold international law, to end the occupation, and to realize the vision of two states living in peace, security, and mutual recognition. The time for principled and decisive action is now. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Sierra Leona por su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Estados Unidos.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Assistant Secretary General Yensha and Director Rajasingham, for your briefings. Mr. President, the United States government believes that today's meeting is emblematic of the counterproductive role that far too many governments on this Council and throughout the UN system have played on this issue. Meanwhile, the United States has been working tirelessly to free the hostages, end this war, and give civilians in Gaza a future free of Hamas. To do so, we need to place responsibility where it lies, with Hamas, and hold it and other Gaza terrorist organizations fully accountable. Today's meeting, like so many other recent actions, undermines those efforts. Israel has accepted 3 ceasefire proposals. Hamas consistently rejected them. It is not negotiating in good faith. We know this because we are in the room. The simple truth is that this war could end today if Hamas let the hostages and all of Gaza go free. Remarkably, instead of pressuring Hamas, members of this body have encouraged and rewarded its intransigence, actively prolonging the war by spreading lies about Israel, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and the United States, and by handing propaganda victories to terrorists. Mr. President, the most recent round of negotiations collapsed because Hamas drew encouragement from efforts to target Israel with libels and lies, the ill-conceived and performative two-state solution conference, and unilateral announcements regarding recognition of a Palestinian state. Just days ago, a Hamas official touted the wave of recognition announcements as a result of the atrocities of October 7th. This is a disgrace. The government of Israel did not make its decision to advance its military campaign in a vacuum, but after months of Hamas's intransigence. Hamas refuses to accept a ceasefire and continues to torture the hostages. The United States supports Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas's terrorism. And ultimately, Israel has a right to decide what is necessary for its security and what measures are appropriate to end the threat posed by Hamas and other similar groups. It is unfortunate that members have again taken advantage of today's meeting to accuse Israel of genocide. These accusations are politically motivated and categorically false. They are part of a deliberate, cynical propaganda campaign as Hamas attempts to win symbolic victories to compensate for total defeat in war. The United States refutes these allegations entirely. Israel has taken numerous measures to limit harm to civilians and to address humanitarian needs. The loss of civilian life in Gaza is tragic, but the responsibility for this rests with Hamas. Mr. President, the United States remains committed to 1, addressing humanitarian needs, 2, freeing the hostages, and 3, achieving peace. Too often, members of this council spotlight only the first without acknowledging that the three issues are interrelated. No one wants to see innocent Gazans go hungry or thirsty. President Trump has addressed this, and he has said that the United States is going to be even more involved in these efforts. The United States has stepped up support for the secure delivery of humanitarian aid because the international community has failed to prevent Hamas from diverting it and using it to support terrorism and oppression. The United States continues to work tirelessly to feed hungry civilians in a way that denies Hamas the opportunity to benefit. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is critical to that effort as it continues to supply food directly into the hands of civilians. The GHF has distributed over 110 million meals, all while preventing Hamas looting. We call upon the UN to take advantage of the steps Israel has taken, including humanitarian pauses and designated corridors, as well as to work with the GHF, which has demonstrated it can securely deliver aid to civilians in Gaza. As Ambassador Huckabee has said, we support the GHF scaling up to 16 distribution sites to address critical needs. Mr. President, just last week, this council heard evidence that Hamas continues to starve innocent people held hostage underground and on the verge of death. We cannot allow this to happen. We must hold Hamas accountable. The United States has made clear on multiple occasions that Hamas must be removed from power. As long as it remains, there will not be peace, not for Israel and not for the Gazans who deserve to begin a new chapter free of Hamas. The United States calls upon members of the Security Council and all countries to demand that Hamas immediately release all hostages, living and dead, and lay down its weapons and end this terrible conflict. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Estados Unidos por su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Guyana.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this meeting with the urgency that the situation demands. I also thank Assistant Secretary General Yencha and Mr. Rajasingham of OCHA for the information provided. Mr. President, after months of public expressions from various Israeli officials, we are confronted with the decision of the Israeli Security Cabinet to occupy Gaza City by 7th October 2025. The implementation of this decision will engender the forcible displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and would further undermine the two-state solution. We call on Israel to reverse this reprehensible decision. In both Gaza and the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, we are witnessing in real time and on a daily basis decisions and actions that violate international law and threaten regional and international peace and security. It is striking, Mr. President, that Israel continues to announce to the world beforehand, including in this council, decisions that would violate international law if implemented. We have witnessed this with UNRWA and more recently with OCHA. This decision to take full control of Gaza is the latest installment in Israel's contemptible actions against the Palestinian people. It comes on top of numerous infractions committed over the decades since the decision was made for the Israeli state to be established in the land of Palestine in 1947. Indeed, Palestinians have lived through the Nakba and the ensuing years characterized by constant violence and dispossession owing to the Israeli occupation. Guyana reiterates its condemnation of the attacks on Israel on 7th October, perpetrated by Hamas and other armed groups. Yet, Mr. President, nothing, absolutely nothing, justifies the collective punishment that Israel has perpetuated against the people of Gaza over the past 2 years. Mr. President, dear colleagues, there are 3 questions which each member state of the United Nations must ask itself. First, why does the occupying power act in such defiance of the international community, even though it is in contravention of international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law? Second, why are the actions of the occupying power not met with strong, unified, and collective positions by this Council? And third, would any member state of this Council allow its citizens to be subject to this type of inhumane treatment by any actor, including a fellow member state of the United Nations? The honest answers to these questions should inspire a sense of urgency in all of us to act now to end Israel's war against Palestinians on every front that this war is being fought. In the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, where Israel continues operations that result in displacement of Palestinians, in injuries and in fatalities, where settler violence has become normalized under the might of the Israeli security forces, where Palestinians continue to lose their property and livelihoods under vexing circumstances, where Israeli officials carry out provocative visits to holy sites, adding another layer to existing tensions, and in Gaza, which is bearing the weight of a humanitarian catastrophe characterized by famine, disease, death, displacement, denial, and yes, impunity. We, the Security Council, must respond to the fact that over 61,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza since October 7, and this number increases every single day. In an unfortunate move, Israel has now announced its intention to intensify its military operations in Gaza. With the scale of destruction that has taken place already in Gaza, there are hardly any buildings left to target. Therefore, let us be clear about the objective of intensifying military operations in the Strip and what it would mean for Palestinians who have, to this point, managed to defy the odds and remain alive, humiliated and persecuted as they are. We must also consider what intensified military operations would mean for United Nations personnel and humanitarians who continue to operate in Gaza. Their operations would be further curtailed, since the already precarious security situation would be exacerbated, and the risks to their personal safety and security would also increase. Let us also consider what intensified military operations could mean for the hostages still being held by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups. Just this week, we discussed the atrocious situation to which these individuals have been subjected, and we all demanded their immediate and unconditional release. In that context, my delegation had stressed that the persons being held hostage should not be used as bargaining chips to extract concessions. Their continued captivity is a grave violation of international law, which must not continue to be prolonged. We therefore reiterate our call for the release of all individuals held captive by Hamas and other armed groups in Gaza. Mr. President, the Council must act in the face of all that is taking place in Gaza, and now in response to Israel's annexation plans. The International Court of Justice was clear in its pronouncements regarding the illegality of any annexation of Palestinian territory by Israel. We must intensify our efforts to ensure Israel completely evacuates the Palestinian territory and withdraws to the pre-1967 lines in accordance with the relevant UN resolutions and the advisory opinion of the ICJ. Guyana also urges that this Council act collectively to achieve an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and to end the violence against the civilians in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We must also take action to enable conditions for a drastic improvement in the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We have taken note that Israel's military plans involve providing humanitarian aid to civilians outside combat zones. Unfortunately, the operations of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation have already provided us with enough information on what the provision of aid by the GHF looks like: inadequate, dangerous, and limited in reach. The Council must demand facility for the United Nations and its humanitarian partners to have full humanitarian access to all civilians in need in Gaza, so that there can be a flood of assistance into the area in a rapid, safe, and unhindered manner. Actions by other UN member states must also complement Security Council action. In this regard, Guyana is encouraged by the decisions announced by some member states in response to the decision of the Israeli Security Cabinet. Every member state has a responsibility to ensure that it is not contributing in any way to the perpetuation of the war in Gaza, and therefore to the attempts to annihilate the Palestinian people. Mr. President, when appeals to morality, to humanity, and even to legality fail to produce the required action, the Council must delve into its toolbox to save lives. We have long reached this point, and Guyana is prepared to act with fellow Council members to take the relevant decisions. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Guyana su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Pakistán.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, we meet here in this council as Gaza bleeds under systematic, premeditated, and deliberate violations of international law, including international humanitarian law, this Council's own resolutions, and binding orders of the ICJ. And all of this committed with impunity by Israel, the occupying power. President, I would like to thank Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Zhencha and Mr. Ramesh Rajasingham of OCHA for their sobering briefings. The complementary information shared by the two briefers presents a picture that is beyond belief. A tragedy unfolding before our eyes, in our clear sight, and unfortunately, in this time and age. And while not enough has been done to stop it, to stop Israel, the occupying power, ASG Zhencha has described the Israeli decision to expand military operations in Gaza as a dangerous escalation, and which, if implemented, will displace all civilians from Gaza City. Mr. Zhencha referred to, and I quote, another horrific chapter. And Mr. Rajasingham described it beyond horrific, impossible to describe in words, untenable, and rightly so. And his call to respond to our collective conscience, to uphold international law, are most pertinent. Mr. President, the Prime Minister of Pakistan has strongly condemned the Israeli cabinet's decision to take control of Gaza City, calling it a dangerous escalation in an already catastrophic war against the people of Palestine. And in a joint statement yesterday, the Ministerial Committee, mandated by the Joint Extraordinary Arab-Islamic Summit, along with other countries, including Pakistan, has expressed strong condemnation and categorical rejection of this announcement, denouncing it as an unacceptable escalation, a blatant violation of international law, and a brazen attempt to entrench illegal occupation by force. Mr. President, this latest Israeli move aims to erase Palestinian presence. And contrary to what some claim and expect, this action will extinguish prospects for peace and undermine all regional and international efforts to peacefully resolve this conflict. So let us be clear. It is the culmination of a campaign of ethnic cleansing. First, it violates international law and Security Council resolutions, including 242 and 338, as well as Council's Resolution 2735. Secondly, it threatens mass displacement of over 1 million Palestinians, a grave breach of the Fourth Geneva Convention. And thirdly, it actually follows a clear pattern that we have seen: sustained bombardment, killing and maiming of thousands, destruction of an entire infrastructure, dismantling of humanitarian systems, forced starvation and displacement, all culminating in occupation under the pretext of security. Those shielding Israel from accountability through political cover, military support, or diplomatic protection are complicit and must share responsibility. They must reconsider their policies, for history will judge them harshly. Mr. President, Gaza is enduring a full-scale humanitarian catastrophe. For nearly 2 years, it has suffered indiscriminate bombardment, total blockade, and deliberate deprivation and starvation, while violence and dispossession escalate in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. The so-called humanitarian system is a cruel illusion. Famine is rampant. Civilians are being shot trying to collect food. And as the distinguished representative of Slovenia rightly questioned, can there be a new law? Other colleagues have rightly expressed concern about the long term. But what will be there to salvage in the long term? Pakistan believes the action is needed now. Under the circumstances, this Council must urgently demand Israel, under Chapter 7 of the Charter, to refrain from its stated plan of occupying Gaza City. The Council should also call for an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire, release of hostages, and exchange of Palestinian prisoners, a complete halt to displacement and aggression, unhindered large-scale humanitarian access, and protection of the legal and historical status quo at Jerusalem's holy sites. Mr. President, the Security Council must be ready to impose a cost on Israel if it defies the demand of the Council and indeed the will of the international community. The Council must enact enforcement measures, including the deployment of an international protection force to save the besieged population. As our Prime Minister has affirmed,
The root cause of this ongoing tragedy is Israel's prolonged illegal occupation of Palestinian territory. As long as this occupation endures, peace will remain elusive. Mr. President, any attempt to sever Gaza from the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory is a direct attack on the very foundation of the two-state vision. Gaza is and will remain an inseparable part of the state of Palestine. And we are convinced that justice is unstoppable, that the resilience of the Palestinian people and the universal call for their rights will ultimately overcome oppression. And let me also categorically state that decisions for governance and their future are for the Palestinians and Palestinians alone to make. No one else can decide for them. Pakistan reaffirms full support for the Palestinian people's legitimate rights, including right to self-determination and the establishment of an independent, viable, and contiguous state of Palestine based on pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. The recent high-level conference on Palestine was timely. It must now be followed by coordinated international action to realize long overdue peace and justice in the region. Mr. President, this Council must go beyond statements. It must act to end aggression, to protect civilians, restore justice, and ensure accountability. The credibility of this body and the prospects of peace in the Middle East are at stake. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Pakistán su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de China.
谢谢主席。中方支持英国、丹麦、法国、希腊和斯洛文尼亚倡议召开此次会议。感谢严恰助理秘书长和拉贾辛汉姆先生的通报。加沙冲突延宕22个月，已经造成6.1万多名加沙民众死亡和前所未有的人道灾难。国际社会反复呼吁加沙停火止战，但令人担忧的是，局势正持续向更加危险的方向发展。面对当前紧迫局势，国际社会，包括安理会，必须在更大的灾难发生前采取一切必要的行动。我讲4点。第一，必须坚决反对占领加沙的企图。近日，以色列安全内阁批准接管加沙计划，中方对此表示严重关切，敦促以色列立即停止危险举动。加沙属于巴勒斯坦人民，是巴勒斯坦领土不可分割的一部分。任何改变加沙人口及领土结构的行为，都必须予以坚决抵制。第二，必须放弃武力至上的迷思。军事手段不是解决问题的出路，立即停火才是拯救生命、让人质获释的正确方式。持续升级对加沙的军事进攻，只会造成更多的杀戮和死亡。我们也注意到，立即实现停火，让人质早日回家，同样是广大以色列民众和人质家属的希望。以色列政府应当听取国际社会和国内民众的呼声，立即停止加剧紧张局势升级的行为，停止对加沙的军事行动，对当事方有重要影响力的国家 应秉持公正负责任的态度，采取切实行动推动停火。第三，必须缓解加沙人道灾难。加沙已处于饥荒的边缘，近200人因饥饿而死亡。以色列持续发布强制撤离令，覆盖87%以上的加沙领土，导致190多万人反复流离失所。200万加沙民众的生命绝不能成为战争的牺牲品。人道物资武器化不可接受，集体惩罚加沙民众不可接受，袭击寻找物资的平民和人道工作者不可接受。以色列必须履行占领方的国际人道法义务，开放全部过境点，解除对物资准入的限制，保障人道物资大规模、迅速、安全地进入加沙，支持联合国以符合人道主义原则的方式开展救援。第四，必须重振两国方案的前景。落实两国方案是解决巴勒斯坦问题、实现巴以和平共处的唯一可行方案、唯一可行出路。上周举行了落实两国方案的高级别会议，发出了支持两国方案的强烈呼声。国际社会应当延续这一积极势头，加大努力，推进两国方案的政治进程，共同抵制任何破坏两国方案基础的单边行动。中方将继续同国际社会共同努力，推动平息加沙战火，缓解人道灾难，落实两国方案，最终实现巴勒斯坦问题的全面、公正和持久解决。谢谢主席。
Agradezco a la delegación de China su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de la Federación de Rusia.
Господин председатель, разочарованы, что панамское председательство, проигнорировав просьбу большинства членов Совета Безопасности, включая Российскую Федерацию, созвать внеочередное заседание незамедлительно, приняло решение провести его лишь сегодня, несмотря на крайне опасное развитие событий на оккупированной палестинской территории, вследствие анонсированного израильским руководством решения по эскалации боевых действий в секторе Газа, предусматривающего его оккупацию. Благодарим помощника генерального секретаря ООН Мирослава Енчу и главу отделения УКГВ в Женеве Рамиша Жасинхама за доклады. На днях мир узнал шокирующую новость о том, что военно-политический кабинет министров правительства Биньямина Нетаньяху принял решение ввести войска в Газу и поставить сектор под тотальный контроль израильских сил безопасности в целях, как выразился израильский кабинет, разгрома Хамас. Эти действия израильского руководства грубо нарушают международное право, демонстрируют его открытое пренебрежение как призывами международного сообщества, так и решениями Совета Безопасности ООН и наносят крайне серьезный удар по перспективам двухгосударственного решения палестино-израильского конфликта. Решительно осуждаем намерение правительства Нетаньяху захватить Газу. Присоединяемся в данном контексте к прозвучавшим призывам к Западному Иерусалиму отказаться от подобных крайне опасных шагов, подрывающих и без того хрупкие перспективы мирного урегулирования ближневосточного конфликта. Настаиваем на неукоснительном соблюдении Израилем норм международного права и известной правовой базы БВУ, включая профильные резолюции Совета Безопасности и Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН. Напоминаем и о том, что израильские планы идут вразрез с консультативным заключением Международного суда ООН от 19 июля 2024 года, которое, среди прочего, однозначно предписывает Западному Иерусалиму незамедлительно положить конец оккупации палестинских земель. Кроме того, принятие такого плана, по сути, означает официальное и публичное признание Израилем задач по захвату и оккупации анклава. Как известно, после размежевания с Газой и вывода оттуда израильских поселений в 2005 году, в израильском руководстве утверждали об отсутствии состояния оккупации, что не соответствовало международно-правовым трактовкам с учетом сохранявшегося израильского контроля над периметром сектора, его воздушным пространством и морской акваторией. Получается, что Израиль все эти годы осуществлял и теперь наращивает в отношении Газы именно оккупационный режим со всеми вытекающими отсюда обязательствами по защите и обеспечению гражданского населения, которые носят обязательный характер и не должны зависеть от пожеланий оккупирующей стороны, что предусмотрено нормами и принципами международного гуманитарного права, включая 4-ю Женевскую конвенцию. Господин председатель, буквально несколько дней назад здесь, в стенах Совета, мы по инициативе Израиля подробно обсудили ситуацию вокруг израильских заложников в Газе. Большинство из членов Совета Безопасности четко и недвусмысленно заявило, что одной из главных предпосылок освобождения всех удерживаемых лиц является незамедлительное и безусловное прекращение огня. Именно благодаря приостановке кровопролития и активной дипломатии, а не безрассудной активизации боевых действий, за 1,5 года из анклава удалось вызволить свыше 140 человек. К сожалению, в Западном Иерусалиме в очередной раз не прислушались ни к призывам мирового большинства, ни к здравым голосам внутри Израиля, ни к родственникам самих заложников. Вместо переговорного процесса израильские власти предпочли взять курс на дальнейшую эскалацию насилия, поставив тем самым под угрозу безопасность и жизни израильских заложников, находящихся, как мы с вами видели, в и без того невыносимых условиях, усугубляющихся острым дефицитом продовольствия и воды в Газе. Получается, что находившийся среди нас 5 августа Минотдел Израиля, лицемерно проливавший в этом зале крокодиловые слезы по поводу судьбы израильских заложников, уже знал о том, что израильский кабинет скоро примет подобное решение, фактически перечеркивающее перспективы их возвращения живыми. Судя по всему, господину Саару было важно подготовить для него почву и продвинуть медиакартинку о якобы солидарности и сочувствии членов Совета Безопасности, чтобы затем продолжить убивать палестинцев. Подобная попытка манипулирования Совбезом во внутриизраильских целях просто не укладывается в голове. Как не укладывается и то, как может еврейский народ, столкнувшийся с Холокостом в годы Второй мировой войны, сегодня помещать палестинцев в гетто и добиваться их полного уничтожения. Как все-таки быстро забываются уроки истории. Очевидно и то, что реализация планов израильского руководства по полной зачистке анклава лишь еще больше осложнит гуманитарную ситуацию в Газе. Ведь, по сути, уже анонсированы новые массовые силовые перемещения, а значит, страдания гражданского населения, новые жертвы и рост кровопролития. С учетом того, как развивается конфликт в Газе, у нас нет оснований верить публичным заявлениям израильских властей о намерении обеспечить гражданское население вне боевых зон всем необходимым. Те методы, которые Израиль использует для распределения продовольствия, известны. Они антигуманны, противоречат нормам МГП и приводят лишь к гибели мирного населения. Это, в частности, наглядно подтверждает деятельность так называемого гуманитарного фонда для Газы. В местах распределения пайков уже погибло свыше 1500 палестинцев. Не надо забывать, что предполагающиеся планом перемещения мирных жителей в условиях боевых действий, а также использование голода в качестве оружия, могут быть квалифицированы в качестве военных преступлений и преступлений против человечности. Кроме того, подобные действия могут подпадать под статью 2, пункт С Конвенции о предупреждении преступления геноцида и наказания за него от 1948 года, который Израиль ратифицировал в 1950 году. Господин председатель, в заключение хотели бы отметить, что позавчера в интервью одному из американских телеканалов Биньямин Нетаньяху сказал о намерении создать в Газе альтернативную администрацию, которая предоставит газовитянам, цитирую, «иное будущее». Такая администрация, по словам Нетаньяху, не будет палестинской. Это, в свою очередь, противоречит многочисленным общепризнанным международно-правовым пониманиям о секторе Газа как неотъемлемой части будущего палестинского государства. Со своей стороны, предлагаем задуматься над историческими вопросами. Какое будущее может быть у людей в условиях оккупации и что им сказать родственникам более 60 тысяч погибших, у которых уже нет никакого будущего? Сколько еще должно погибнуть палестинцев, прежде чем этой бесчеловечной резне будет положен конец? И сколько еще будут закрывать глаза на этот беспредел те, кто последовательно и во всем поддерживает Израиль и не дает Совету Безопасности действовать? Со своей стороны, последовательно и неизменно выступаем за дипломатическое урегулирование палестинского вопроса на основе формулы двух государств для двух народов, при реализации которой законные обеспокоенности Израиля в сфере безопасности будут удовлетворены, равно как и законные чаяния палестинского народа на собственное государство. Альтернатива этому – гибель еще десятков тысяч ни в чем не повинных людей, включая продержавшихся почти 2 года в плену израильских заложников. Совет Безопасности ООН просто обязан не допустить подобного сценария. Надеюсь, что это скоро, наконец, осознают и в Вашингтоне. Пока же, как мы понимаем, несмотря на заверения Госдепартамента о продолжении, цитирую, реальных и серьезных дипломатических усилий по прекращению страданий в Газе, освобождению заложников и достижению постоянного мира, конец цитаты, Соединенные Штаты попросту умывают руки и предоставляют Западному Иерусалиму карт-бланш на полную свободу действий в Газе. Благодарю за внимание.
Agradezco a la delegación de la Federación de Rusia por su declaración. A continuación, formularé una declaración en calidad de representante de Panamá. Excelencias, colegas, Panamá agradece al secretario general adjunto para Europa, Asia Central y las Américas, señor Miroslav Yencha, y al jefe y representante de OCHA en Ginebra, señor Ramesh Rajansingham, por sus valiosas representaciones, así como a las delegaciones que han solicitado esta sesión de emergencia ante los recientes acontecimientos que podrían agravar aún más la devastadora situación en la Franja de Gaza. Saludamos también la presencia de las delegaciones de Israel, Irak, Kuwait, Senegal y el Estado Observador de Palestina. Panamá ha sostenido, y lo reitera hoy, que siempre es mejor elegir el camino de la moderación, donde nace y transcurre el diálogo, y de la dignidad humana como fundamento de convivencia sobre el que se debe construir la paz. En este contexto, observamos con profunda preocupación, muy profunda preocupación, los sorprendentes anuncios recientes relativos a una posible operación para tomar el control de la ciudad de Gaza, centro densamente poblado y ya gravemente afectado por la guerra, y aún más preocupante, la posible peligrosa extensión de ese control al resto de la franja. Tal acción, en las actuales condiciones, implicaría riesgos humanitarios incalculables para cientos de miles de civiles gazatíes y para los rehenes que aún permanecen en cautiverio, además de profundizar y alejar a las partes de la mesa de negociaciones. A nuestro juicio, cabe advertir que cualquier medida mayor de fuerza tendrá que ser juzgada a la luz de sus consecuencias humanitarias, del perjuicio que cause a las posibilidades de una solución política y en conformidad con las obligaciones derivadas del derecho internacional, incluido el derecho internacional humanitario. Más de 675 días de conflicto han dejado más de 62.000 civiles muertos, entre ellos 10.000 niños, más de 125.000 heridos, poblaciones enteras desplazadas a la fuerza de un lado al otro una y otra vez. La escala de destrucción en Gaza es catastrófica. Hospitales y escuelas colapsados, barrios reducidos a escombros, millones de personas sufriendo hambre y sed, que deja generaciones enteras marcadas por la violencia. Esta trágica realidad demuestra que la opción exclusiva de la fuerza no ha ofrecido una salida a la guerra actual y que ésta no ha resuelto las causas de fondo que arrastran este conflicto desde hace 8 décadas. Por el contrario, la opción de la fuerza ha reforzado la lógica de los extremos, alimentando un ciclo de violencia que bloquea cualquier camino hacia la solución política viable. Con los ataques del 7 de octubre, Hamas provocó esta guerra con el asesinato y secuestro de civiles inocentes, apostando al extremismo como su única y cruel estrategia. Ese es el terreno donde busca sostenerse, porque sabe que en la guerra puede prolongar su existencia e impedir avances hacia la paz. Precisamente por ello, no se debe permitir que la narrativa de los extremos se imponga en el terreno. Actuar con la mesura que este momento exige no equivale a debilidad frente al extremismo cruel de Hamas. Proyectaría una voluntad política que rompe con la lógica belicista que ha dominado esta crisis y abre un espacio para proteger vidas y avanzar hacia una solución sostenible. Pese al estancamiento prolongado de las negociaciones, consideramos que no hay otra vía distinta a la de la moderación y el diálogo, que ya ha demostrado resultados concretos, aunque lamentablemente temporales, pero en beneficio de los civiles. Alentamos a los actores que mantienen canales de comunicación establecidos con las partes a redoblar sus esfuerzos de mediación para alcanzar un alto al fuego sostenible, facilitar la liberación inmediata, digna e incondicional de los rehenes y garantizar el acceso adecuado, seguro y continuo de la vital ayuda humanitaria. La experiencia de los días en que estuvo vigente la tregua, aunque frágil, demostró que es posible detener el sufrimiento humano, permitir la entrega de asistencia vital sin restricciones y avanzar en la liberación de todos los poderes aún en poder de Hamas, cuyas acciones condenamos otra vez. Excelencias, la población civil en Gaza no necesita más fuego, necesita agua, medicinas, alimentos y protección. Necesita ser liberada de la violencia, de las bombas, de la muerte, de la sangre, de los túneles de miedo, de la tortura y del hambre. Para ello se requieren decisiones y acciones distintas que vislumbren salidas políticas a un estancamiento cruel que ha prolongado el sufrimiento durante demasiado tiempo. Esas acciones deben apoyarse en los mecanismos humanitarios existentes y en la capacidad comprobada de las agencias de las Naciones Unidas para asistir de forma eficaz y neutral. Panamá valora profundamente y respalda la labor que continúan desempeñando en condiciones extremas las agencias de las Naciones Unidas y otros actores humanitarios sobre el terreno. Instamos a que se garantice plenamente su protección, así como las condiciones necesarias para que puedan operar de manera segura, sostenida y sin restricciones. Panamá reafirma su compromiso con una solución política que garantice la dignidad humana, la humanidad, la paz y la seguridad tanto para israelíes como para palestinos. Muchas gracias. Vuelvo a asumir las funciones de la presidencia del Consejo de Seguridad. Doy la palabra a la delegación del Estado Observador de Palestina.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this meeting based on a request supported by nearly every member of the Security Council to address the grave situation in Gaza and further shocking developments. Allow me also to thank ASG Yancha for his report, and also Mr. Raja Singham for his briefing. Mr. President, Israel is killing Palestine in Gaza. That is its objective. And there, over 2 million victims are enduring unbearable agony that the human mind can barely comprehend. We are not allowed to fail them any longer. We do not have the luxury to feel guilt or shame. We owe them to act now to stop this genocide. Mr. President, there is something undeniable. Israel does not care about what we say, what you say. It is obvious. The only thing that matters now is what we do. What will force Israel to change course is our ability to transform justified condemnation into just actions. And history will judge us all. We appreciate the description of almost all of you of the deepness of the pain and the tragedy that our people is enduring. While this is okay, it is not sufficient. You have to act. You have to do something about it. You have to stop it. Otherwise, this analysis and description does not mean anything if you do not do something to stop it. And you have tools available to you to do so. Mr. President, there is an international plan adopted by the International High-Level Conference in Palestine, co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France, that starts with ending the use of starvation as a weapon of war and ending the war on Gaza through a ceasefire, the release of the hostages and prisoners, a massive surge of humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people in coordination and leadership, in coordination with and leadership of the United Nations, and in line with humanitarian principles and the full withdrawal of Israel from Gaza. The plan further foresees the Palestinian National Authority resuming its sole governmental and security duties in the Gaza Strip with regional and international support, and Hamas handing over its weapons to the Palestinian National Authority in the context of an end to the war and in line with the objective of an independent Palestinian state. It sets forth an irreversible pathway to an independent and sovereign Palestinian state leading to shared peace and security and regional integration. Many of you referred to the results of that historic international conference about 2 weeks ago here in the General Assembly. If Israel's concerns was actually the end of Hamas rule or Hamas disarming, if its concern was actually security, it would have rallied this plan and should have been happy to see this plan adopted by almost the entire international community. Israel is seeking to cement its full military control over the Gaza Strip and is prolonging this war not to end Hamas rule or to disarm it, but to prevent independent Palestinian statehood. That is the truth. The Israeli government has said that clearly over and over again. Somebody was referring to the statement of Prime Minister Netanyahu. He doesn't want to see a Palestinian governing body overlooking the affairs over Gaza, but somebody else, not Palestinians. He said it. It's not a secret. It's not an accusation. It's a fact. Israel proved long ago it was not concerned by the fate of the hostages. Look at the tens of thousands demonstrating in Tel Aviv and other cities, demanding immediate ceasefire and seriously concerned if this insanity to take place against our people in the Gaza Strip, then this is the execution or the death of the hostages, because that is the position of the families and the tens of thousands who are demonstrating in Tel Aviv. This latest decision is some more blatant demonstration of that. The Israeli government dehumanized and demonized Palestinians to such an extent that its genocide against them through mass killing and starvation, including of children, is not opposed in Israel by some, is only opposed in Israel by some brave voices. Israel proved long ago that its goal is the destruction of the Palestinian people through forced transfer and massacres to facilitate its annexation of our land. If some people believe what Prime Minister Netanyahu said yesterday and today, that there is a huge global lie, that there is no starvation in Gaza, and the two gentlemen from the leadership of the UN is also participating in spreading lies, then why don't you, the Security Council, go to the Security Council, take with you 100 journalists from your countries and other countries to verify exactly what is happening in Gaza. If he's so sure of this global conspiracy about the lie, let him prove it, invite you, allow you to go to the Gaza Strip and see exactly what is happening there. Take journalists with you so that you can verify exactly what is happening in Gaza. Because I think Mr. Netanyahu, in spite of all of the effort that he is putting with his government, he doesn't have credibility. He did not convince almost all of you and tens of countries outside this chamber from his narrative, and the narrative of his government, and the narrative of his foreign minister, who came trying to manipulate a humanitarian story of a captive and the pain of that caused to that family, and he failed in trying to convince you to forget about the pain of the Palestinian people. Such illegal and immoral plans cannot be met with only outrage. That would not be sufficient. They require the mobilization of all the tools available to stop them, and we really appreciate the massive reaction from almost all countries in all corners of the globe, whether Arab and Muslim countries, or European countries, or countries that are sitting around this table, in condemning, as 5 of them stood outside this chamber in a brave way and principled way, not to please anyone, not to reward anyone, but to act on the basis of principles and conviction in condemning this plan by the Israeli government and demanding that they stop this plan, not to allow it to be implemented and to reconsider. Israel proved long ago it does not care about the Charter, international law, or the resolutions of this Council if not accompanied by consequences. These facts have led many to rightly wonder, how on earth is Israel still allowed to sit around this table and in these United Nations? If it was another country, you would have been imposing sanctions long time ago. Mr. President, countries around the world are adopting more and more measures to end any form of complicity and to advance accountability, and we appreciate these efforts. Country like Germany to decide not to send weapons to Israel to kill our people in Gaza, just only to use one example. All states should undertake such steps immediately. Of course, it would be wonderful if you implement your resolutions, and would be excessively wonderful if you adopt additional resolutions with measures. But if these are not possible, act in your national capacity. You have tools available to you, in addition to the tools available to the Security Council, but you have tools available to you in your national capacity. Many of you are using them. I urge others to use them, and to ask others to do many other things, including the recognition of the State of Palestine. All states should undertake such steps immediately, but in the face of such contempt and of 2 million lives being destroyed, of people, children, killed, maimed, displaced, starved, humiliated, mutilated, buried alive, burnt alive, abducted, tortured, orphaned, bereaved, shattered, torn apart, the measures taken do not match the level of the crimes committed so as to truly deter them. Mr. President, 2 million people continue to endure pain and agony that no human or nation should ever be forced to. They matter. Every single one of them matters, and no one matters more than them. The position of Palestine is unequivocal. We reject all harm to civilians, and our civilians are not less civilians. Their lives are not less worthy. We have never justified and always rejected harming Israeli civilians, killing them or taking them hostage. But we reject any attempt to justify the massacres committed by Israel against Palestinian civilians, or its abduction of thousands of Palestinians, or its starvation policy, or its displacement policy, or its annexation policy. There is no justification whatsoever for such brutality, such impunity. We have called for a ceasefire over and over again, and we were clear that Hamas must work with the mediators to remove any obstacle to excuse that would prolong this war. We appreciate the efforts by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States in this regard. We presented plans and proposals and cooperated with every effort to facilitate an agreement to end the war on our people, while reiterating clearly that the absence of such an agreement in no way allows Israel to pursue its war of atrocities against the Palestinian people, including these plans of trying to expel 1 million people from Gaza City, and to have a number of divisions of the Israeli army to control all corners of the Gaza Strip. Neither a ceasefire agreement was reached, nor the massacres stopped. The devastation of our people, the annihilation of life in Gaza continues as we speak. Therefore, given Netanyahu's insistence to pursue this genocide, to destroy our people through death and displacement, to annex our land, to destroy Palestine, and with it, any chance for peace, this Council must act under Chapter 7 to deprive Israel of the means to pursue this war of atrocities. And I appreciate that a number of you refer to that explicitly, and others refer to it by implication. To hold it accountable for its crimes, and to send an immediate international protection force to save the Palestinian people from certain death. There is no doubt that it is Israel's impunity that led to Israel's insanity. And as the world said clearly, that nothing that Israel did before the 7th of October could justify harming Israeli civilians on the 7th of October, nothing that Hamas did on the 7th of October can justify harming Palestinian civilians since. As long as Israel is above the law, it will act as an outlaw state. Mr. President, as they have for over 20 years since the Arab Peace Initiative, the region and Palestine are making the choice of peace. I said it loudly and clearly last few days ago in my statement that Ambassador Samuel referred to. In spite of the pain, in spite of the hardship, in spite of the insanity, in spite of people are not maybe thinking logically, we're not losing our minds or allowing our heart to dictate our decisions. We extend our hand in the direction of peace. We accept the declaration that was adopted by the majority of nations during that historic conference on the two-state solution. And we urge those who have not joined to send their letters to the two co-chairs, Saudi Arabia and France, declaring their commitment and abiding by the declaration of the 19 leaders of this conference, the two co-chairs and the 17 co-chairs of the round tables. Peace is much better for everyone than war. We don't need no more wars. We need to stop the killing, the occupation, devastation, hostages, prisoners. We need to respond to the call of millions of people in all corners of the globe, in all capitals, who are saying, peace now, ceasefire now, release of hostages and prisoners now, stop the starvation, send food and medicine and water up to scale to the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, allow for the reconstruction of Gaza, allow for the implementation of the two-state solution by beginning with ending this illegal occupation, the independence of the State of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital, and therefore to have the two-state solution as a reality on the ground. This option is much better than the option of what Netanyahu and his government are planning to do against our people in the Gaza Strip, as if what's happening to them is not enough. They want to add more devastation, more agony, more pain. They want to erase them from the face of earth. And we will not allow them to do that, and you should not allow them to do that. We are willing to work with the US administration, Saudi Arabia, and France, and the members of this council and other regional and international partners to bring this war on our people to an end now. To end the bloodshed and the suffering now and once and for all. To achieve freedom and shared peace, security and prosperity. We have a duty to act and cannot waver. Your actions today will determine the fate of millions of people tomorrow, at least those who would have survived by then, and the fate of our region for generations to come. And I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Agradezco a la delegación del Estado Observador de Palestina su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to our briefers here today. Despite some extraordinary and brazen language and statements we heard here, I will, however, attempt to address the supposed reason for the convening of this meeting. On Thursday night, Israel's Security Cabinet approved the Prime Minister's proposal to defeat the Iran-backed Hamas terrorist organization. This is the same organization responsible for the October 7th attack, currently holding 50 hostages under unimaginable conditions and remaining the sole source of suffering for the population in Gaza. The IDF is preparing to take control of Gaza City while ensuring humanitarian assistance flows to civilians outside combat zones and away from the reach of Hamas. This is not conquest. Israel has no plans or desire to permanently occupy Gaza. This is liberation from a brutal terror regime. As our briefer stated earlier, I wish to reiterate the principles, the 5 clear principles that the Israeli Security Cabinet adopted for concluding the war. 1, the disarming of Hamas. 2, the return of all our hostages, both living and deceased. 3, the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. 4, Israeli security control in the Gaza Strip. 5, the establishment of a non-Israeli peaceful civil administration governed neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority. This is the only way to ensure a better future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Prime Minister Netanyahu has made it clear. Israel's goal is not to take over Gaza, but to free Gaza from Hamas and enable a peaceful government to rise in its place. This is the path to stability. This is the path to peace. Hamas's repeated refusal to agree to ceasefire arrangements, together with the horrific images of Eviatar David and Rom Braslavsky, exposing yet another aspect of the organization's monstrosity, make it clear that Hamas will not relinquish its control over Gaza through peaceful means. Nonetheless, despite a broad international consensus that Hamas cannot remain in power, and despite clear evidence of its refusal to give up control, parts of the international community continue to oppose Israel's efforts to act against Hamas. This position is both contradictory and difficult to reconcile with the stated goal of ending Hamas's rule. Some who criticize Israel make sure to call for the unconditional release of the hostages merely to clear their conscience. But how can one ignore the fact that Hamas is exploiting the hostages and the Gazan population to maintain its position, benefiting from attempts to pressure Israel and from the willingness of some countries to recognize a Palestinian state? As Secretary of State Rubio said, talks with Hamas fell apart on the day President Macron made the unilateral decision that he's going to recognize the Palestinian state. Those messages, largely symbolic in their minds, actually have made it harder to get peace and harder to achieve a deal with Hamas. As was mentioned before, Hamas itself has even admitted this. The pressure should not be placed on Israel, who suffered the most horrific attack against the Jewish people since the Holocaust, but on Hamas, in order to demand the immediate and unconditional release of our hostages. Yet, In a complete inversion of morality and logic, this body has urgently convened to chastise the one democracy in the Middle East, the nation standing on the front line of the battle against radical extremist terrorism. If this body truly believes in justice and morality, then let your urgency be directed where it belongs, towards dismantling Hamas, towards freeing our hostages, toward ensuring that such atrocities never happen again. Anything less is not urgency, it is hypocrisy. I thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco la delegación de Israel, su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Irak.
سيد الرئيس، أود أن ألقي هذا البيان نيابة عن المجموعة العربية، وبداية أغتنم الفرصة لإعراب عن تهنئتكم على تولي رئاسة مجلس الأمن لهذا الشهر، والشكر لإتاحة الفرصة لنا للإدلاء بهذا البيان. كما نتقدم بالشكر للسيد جينكا والسيد راجا سينكام على إحاطتهما القيمة. تمر المنطقة الشرق الأوسط بمرحلة حرجة في ظل الحرب الوحشية والعدوانية التي تشنها إسرائيل على قطاع غزة، وما نجم عنها من مأساة إنسانية متفاقمة يعاني منها سكان القطاع الذين يتجاوز عددهم 2,000,000 شخص، معظمهم من النساء والأطفال. ويلاحظ العالم المشاهد المؤلمة التي يندي لها جبين الإنسانية أمام صور المدنيين الذين أنهكهم الجوع والحصار، وصور الذين يتعرضون للقتل وهم ينتظرون الحصول على وجبة يسدون بها رمق أطفالهم. وفي ظل هذه النتائج بالغة الخطورة للسياسات الإسرائيلية، تلقى العالم القرار الخطير الذي اتخذته الحكومة الإسرائيلية باجتياح قطاع غزة وفرض السيطرة الكاملة عليه. تدين المجموعة العربية بأشد العبارات الخطة التي أقرها المجلس الوزاري المصغر التي تستهدف لترسيخ احتلالها لقطاع غزة وتوسع السيطرة العسكرية عليه بالكامل، باعتبارها استمراراً للخروقات الإسرائيلية الجسيمة للقانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني، وتقويضاً واضحاً للحلول السلمية وحق الشعب الفلسطيني غير قابل للتصرف في إقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس. تعتبر المجموعة العربية الإعلان الداعي إلى فرض ما يسمى بالسيادة الإسرائيلية على الضفة الغربية المحتلة خرقاً سافراً ومرفوضاً للقانون الدولي، وانتهاكاً صارخاً لقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة التي تؤكد بطلان جميع الإجراءات والقرارات التي تهدف إلى شرعنة الاحتلال، بما في ذلك الأنشطة الاستيطانية في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة منذ عام 1967. إن إسرائيل لا تملك أي سيادة على الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة، وإن هذا التحرك الإسرائيلي الأحادي لا يترتب عليه أي أثر قانوني، ولا يمكن أن يغير من الوضع القانوني للأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وفي مقدمتها القدس التي تبقى جزءاً لا يتجزأ من تلك الأرض. إن مثل هذه الإجراءات من شأنها فقط تأجيج التوتر المتزايد في المنطقة والذي تتفاقم بسبب العدوان الإسرائيلي على قطاع غزة وما خلفه من كارثة إنسانية في القطاع. سيد الرئيس، تدين المجموعة العربية تعرض المدنيين في قطاع غزة إلى القتل والتجويع والإذلال، واستخدام الاحتلال الإسرائيلي المتكرر للتجويع كأسلوب في الحرب، واستخدام الغذاء كأداة للضغط. كما تدين بشدة العبارات سياسات الحصر والتهجير القسري للمدنيين الأبرياء، والاستهداف المتكرر للمرافق المدنية بما فيها المستشفيات ومراكز الإيواء النازحين والمرافق الحيوية، وهو ما يعد انتهاكاً صارخاً للقانون الإنساني الدولي. وتطالب المجموعة العربية المجتمع الدولي بالتحرك الفوري لوقف العدوان والاعتراف بكارثة والمجاعة الحاصلة في قطاع غزة وكسر الحصار المرفوض على القطاع، وضمان وصول المساعدات الإنسانية والإغاثة الطبية منه، ودخول المنظمات الدولية إلى القطاع وحماية طواقمهما وتمكينها من القيام بدورها بشكل كامل، ودعم وكالات الأمم المتحدة لإغاثة وتشغيل اللاجئين الفلسطينيين الأونروا، وتفعيل آليات المساءلة الدولية تجاه الجرائم الإسرائيلية. وترحب المجموعة العربية بالتزام دولة قطر وجمهورية مصر العربية باستكمال جهودهما الحثيثة مع الولايات المتحدة في ملف الوساطة بقطاع غزة من أجل الوصول إلى اتفاق شامل وفوري لوقف إطلاق النار يضع حداً للحرب وينهي المعاناة الإنسانية في القطاع، ويضمن حماية المدنيين وتبادل المحتجزين والأسرى، ويمهد لإنهاء الأزمة وإطلاق جهود التعافي وإعادة الإعمار. لقد طالبت المجموعة العربية مجلسكم الكريم وتكرر اليوم مطالبها استناداً إلى الولاية المنوطة بالمجلس وفق ميثاق الأمم المتحدة بوصفه الهيئة الرئيسية المسؤولة عن صون السلم والأمن الدوليين، بأن يتخذوا قراراً بموجب الفصل السابع من ميثاق الأمم المتحدة يضمن امتثال إسرائيل القوة القائمة بالاحتلال لقرارات المجلس ذات الصلة بالوقف الفوري لإطلاق النار في قطاع غزة، وأن يتخذ إجراءات فاعلة لإلزامها بإنهاء احتلالها غير القانوني للأراضي الفلسطينية، وتنفيذ مضامين الرأي الاستشاري لمحكمة العدل الدولية بتاريخ 19 من تموز يوليو 2024. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد المجموعة العربية على رفضها القاطع لمحاولات المساس بالحرم الإبراهيمي الشريف وجميع الأماكن المقدسة الإسلامية والمسيحية في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة، بما في ذلك استهداف قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي مؤخراً الكنيسة اللاتينية في مدينة غزة. وتشدد المجموعة العربية على وجوب احترام الوضع القانوني والتاريخي القائم للمقدسات الإسلامية والمسيحية في مدينة القدس، وتؤكد أنه لا سيادة لإسرائيل القوة القائمة بالاحتلال على الأرض الفلسطينية ومواقع التراث الفلسطيني. وفي هذا الصدد تدين المجموعة العربية بشدة اقتحام عشرات المستوطنين الإسرائيليين يتقدمهم وزير الأمن القومي في حكومة الاحتلال باحات المجلس الأقصى المبارك، وكذلك تدين بشدة مخطط الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لنقل سلطة إدارة الحرم الإبراهيمي الشريف والإشراف عليه من وزارة الأوقاف والشؤون الدينية الفلسطينية وبلدية الخليل إلى المجلس الديني اليهودي في مستوطنة كريات 4. وتعد هذه الإجراءات انتهاكات صارخة للقوانين الدولية والقرارات الشرعية الدولية واستفزازاً لمشاعر المسلمين حول العالم. وتحذر المجموعة العربية من أن استمرار تلك الانتهاكات سينتج عنه توسيع دائرة العنف في المنطقة. وتدعو المجموعة العربية المجتمع الدولي إلى تحمل مسؤوليته الأخلاقية والقانونية لحماية المقدسات الدينية الفلسطينية والالتزام سلطات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بوقف مخططاته الإجرامية الهادفة لطمس الهوية الأصيلة للشعب الفلسطيني. تؤكد المجموعة العربية على أن استخدام القوة يؤدي إلى مزيد من القتل والدمار والمآسي، ولن يؤدي إلى السلام، ولا بديل عن إقامة العدالة للشعب الفلسطيني وتحقيق التسوية العادلة والشاملة والدائمة للقضية الفلسطينية وفق مبادئ القانون الدولي وقرارات الشرعية الدولية. وتعيد المجموعة العربية تأكيد التمسك بسلام عادل وشامل كخيار استراتيجي لإنهاء الاحتلال وحل الصراع العربي الإسرائيلي وفق القوانين الدولية وقرارات الشرعية الدولية بما فيها القرارات 242 وقرار 338 و497 و1515 وأخيرا 2234. ومبدأ الأرض مقابل السلام ومبادرات السلام العربية لعام 2002 وإنهاء الاحتلال الاستعماري لأراضي الفلسطينية والعربية المحتلة بما فيها الجولان السورية المحتل والأراضي اللبنانية المحتلة وتجسيد استقلال دولة فلسطين كاملة السيادة وعاصمتها القدس واستعادة حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني غير قابل للتصرف بما فيها حقه في تقرير المصير وحق العودة وتعويض اللاجئين الفلسطينيين وحل قضيتهم وفق قرار الجمعية العامة رقم 194. وفي هذا الصدد فإن المؤتمر الدولي لتسوية القضية الفلسطينية بالوسائل السلمية الذي عقد الشهر الماضي برئاسة مشتركة من المملكة العربية السعودية وفرنسا قد جسد إرادة جماعية لدى المجتمع الدولي بمساهمة بشكل فعلي وجدي في دفع مسار التسوية السلمية للقضية الفلسطينية والالتزامات ملموسة نحو تسوية عادلة وشاملة ودائمة لهذه القضية ويسهم في إحلال السلام والأمن والاستقرار في سائر المنطقة. وترحب المجموعة العربية بالبيان الصادر بتاريخ 21 من تموز يوليو 2025 عن عدد من الدول بشأن الوضع في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وما تضمنه من مطالبة واضحة بإنهاء العدوان على قطاع غزة والوقف الفوري لسياسات الإبادة الجماعية وإنهاء سياسات التجويع الممنهج وضمان محاسبة مرتكبي الجرائم بحق الفلسطيني وفرض عقوبات على الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وقاداته وميليشياته المستوطنين الإرهاب. كما ترحب المجموعة العربية بإعلان عدد من الدول عزمها الاعتراف بدولة فلسطين الشقيقة وتعد ذلك خطوة إيجابية تنسجم مع الشرعية الدولية وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة ودعما مهما لحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق بما يمكنه من تقرير مصيره وإقامة دولته المستقلة ويساهم في تعزيز فرص تحقيق السلام العادل والشامل في المنطقة. وتجدد المجموعة العربية دعوة جميع الدول التي لم تعترف بعد بدولة فلسطين إلى اتخاذ خطوات مماثلة تعكس الالتزام بالقانون الدولي وتدعم الحقوق التاريخية والثابتة للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق على أرضه. وشكرا لكم سيد الرئيس.
Agradezco a la delegación de Irak su declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de Kuwait.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Gracias, señor presidente. Y permíteme, en primer lugar, agradecerle la convocatoria de esta reunión y felicitarlo a usted y a su país por el asumo de la presidencia del Consejo de Seguridad. سيد الرئيس، أتشرف بإلقاء هذا البيان نيابة عن الدول الأعضاء في مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية، وهي دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، مملكة البحرين، المملكة العربية السعودية، دولة قطر، سلطنة عمان، وبلادي دولة الكويت. ونتقدم بالشكر لكل من السيد ميروسلاف جينكا الأمين العام المساعد للشؤون السياسية، والسيد راميتش راغاسينغام رئيس وممثل مكتب الأمم المتحدة لتنسيق الشؤون الإنسانية في جنيف على إحاطاتهم القيمة. سيد الرئيس، نجدد تأكيدنا على موقفنا الثابت والمبدئي في دعم القضية الفلسطينية ورفض جميع أشكال الاحتلال والاستيطان، ونعرب عن بالغ قلقنا وإدانتنا القاطعة واستنكارنا الشديد للقرار الخطير الذي أعلنته الحكومة الإسرائيلية باجتياح قطاع غزة وفرض السيطرة الكاملة عليه، بما يحمله من تهديد مباشر لحياة أكثر من 2,000,000 فلسطيني، معظمهم من النساء والأطفال، ويؤسس لمرحلة جديدة من الإبادة الجماعية والتهجير القسري، وينسف بشكل كامل أي فرص لتحقيق حل الدولتين، ويشكل انتهاكاً صارخاً للقوانين الدولية وميثاق الأمم المتحدة. إن أي اجتياح شامل لقطاع غزة لن يقتصر أثره على الشعب الفلسطيني، بل سيؤثر على المنطقة بأسرها وسيقودها إلى دوامة عنف وانفجار غير مسبوق تتحمل إسرائيل المسؤولية الكاملة عنه، كما سيتحمل المجتمع الدولي تبعات الصمت أو التقاعس عن منعه. سيد الرئيس، إن المجتمع الدولي وفي طليعته مجلس الأمن مطالب بتحمل مسؤولياته القانونية والأخلاقية والتاريخية، وأن تكرار مشاهد الإبادة الجماعية أمام أعين هذا المجلس دون ردع حاسم يمثل إخفاقاً خطيراً للنظام الدولي، ويهدد بتجريد المجلس من دوره ومصداقيته، ولا سيما في هذه القضية، ويبعث برسالة مدمرة إلى الشعوب بأن القوانين الدولية تطبق بانتقائية. سيد الرئيس، يجب اتخاذ إجراءات عاجلة وملزمة بموجب الفصل 7 من ميثاق الأمم المتحدة لوقف هذا العدوان الغاشم وضمان الحماية الدولية للشعب الفلسطيني، وتأمين وصول المساعدات الإنسانية والطبية والإغاثية بشكل آمن ومستدام، ودعم وكالة الأونروا ورفض أي محاولات لتقويض دورها. وفي هذا الإطار نثمن الجهود الحثيثة والمتواصلة التي تطلع بها دولة قطر وجمهورية مصر العربية بالتنسيق مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية من أجل التوصل إلى اتفاق شامل وفوري لوقف إطلاق النار ووقف العدوان وحماية المدنيين وضمان تبادل الأسرى والمحتجزين، وتهيئة الظروف لعودة النازحين إلى ديارهم، وتيسير دخول المساعدات الإنسانية بشكل آمن ودون عوائق. ونؤكد دعم دول مجلس التعاون لهذه المساعي وحرصنا على تعزيزها بالتنسيق مع الأطراف الإقليمية والدولية المعنية، بما يسهم في كسر دائرة العنف ويعيد إطلاق مسار سياسي جاد يحقق تطلعات الشعب الفلسطيني المشروعة. سيد الرئيس، لقد شهدنا جميعاً قبل فترة قصيرة انعقاد المؤتمر الدولي رفيع المستوى للتسوية السلمية للقضية الفلسطينية وتنفيذ حل الدولتين بقيادة المملكة العربية السعودية والجمهورية الفرنسية، والذي جسد إرادة المجتمع الدولي في إعادة إطلاق مسار سياسي جاد نحو إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة على حدود 4 يونيو 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، مرحبين بهذا الصدد اعتراف عدد من الدول الصديقة بالدولة الفلسطينية. إلا أن ومع ذلك تواصل إسرائيل القوة القائمة بالاحتلال سياساتها الأحادية المخالفة للقانون الدولي، متحدية إرادة المجتمع الدولي وناقضة التعهدات والجهود التي بذلت خلال هذا المؤتمر. كما ندين استمرار الانتهاكات الإسرائيلية في القدس والضفة الغربية، بما في ذلك التوسع الاستيطاني وعمليات الطرد والتهجير والاقتحامات المتكررة للأماكن المقدسة الإسلامية والمسيحية ومحاولات تغيير الطابع التاريخي والقانوني القائم، وأن أي محاولة لفرض واقع استعماري جديد في قطاع غزة أو الضفة الغربية هي تقويض كامل لأساس حل الدولتين وتحويله من التزام دولي إلى سراب سياسي. ونحذر من أن استمرار هذه السياسات سيؤدي إلى اتساع دائرة العنف. سيد الرئيس، إننا في مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية نؤكد أن الطريق الوحيد لتحقيق الأمن والسلام في المنطقة هو إنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي للأراضي الفلسطينية والعربية المحتلة وتجسيد استقلال دولة فلسطين كاملة السيادة وضمان حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني غير القابلة للتصرف وفي مقدمتها حقه في تقرير المصير والعودة والعيش بكرامة على أرضه وفقاً لقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، ولا سيما القرارات 242 338 497 1515 و2334، وكذلك تنفيذ ما ورد في حيثيات الرأي الاستشاري لمحكمة العدل الدولية الصادر بتاريخ 19 يوليو 2024. وفي الختام نوجه من هذا المنبر رسالة واضحة: إن إفلات إسرائيل من المحاسبة لم يعد مقبولاً، وأن استمرار العدوان على غزة يشكل اختباراً حقيقياً لمصداقية النظام الدولي وقدرته على حماية الشعوب والسلم والأمن الدوليين. وشكراً السيد الرئيس.
Agradezco a la delegación de Kuwait su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra a la delegación de Senegal. Espera que lo sentase.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, j'ai saisi cette occasion pour vous féliciter et vous remercier d'avoir permis au Sénégal, qui préside le comité pour l'exercice des droits inaliénables du peuple palestinien, de s'exprimer devant ce Conseil sur une question que nul ne peut plus ignorer, la tragédie humaine qui se déroule sous nos yeux à Gaza. Je salue également les interventions éclairantes de M. Miroslav Jenka et de M. Ramsey Razazingam. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous exprimons notre profonde indignation face à cette tragédie. Plus de 60 000 vies brisées, des destructions massives, une population affamée, dépossédée, prise au piège d'attaques militaires qui ne sont rien d'autre qu'une punition collective, cruelle et illégale. Face à l'armée israélienne, ce sont des civils désarmés. Nous devons opposer à la force destructive d'Israël la force crédible et inébranlable du droit. Après la conférence internationale sur la solution à deux États, l'annonce par Israël de la prise de contrôle total de Gaza est une violation flagrante du droit international et un défi direct à la conscience humaine. Si le monde reste spectateur, nous ne serons pas seulement témoins d'une occupation illégale. Nous assisterons à l'effacement d'une dignité humaine, à la perpétration d'un crime d'apartheid et au déroulement d'un génocide. Le Sénégal condamne avec force les attaques contre les lieux saints, musulmans comme chrétiens, y compris l'Église de la Sainte Famille, et les intrusions provocatrices dans la cour de la mosquée d'Al-Aqsa. La communauté internationale doit protéger Al-Aqsa et préserver le caractère sacré de Jérusalem. nous appelons le Conseil de sécurité à un sursaut collectif d'humanité pour mettre fin à la catastrophe de Gaza. Cela passe par 1. Un embargo militaire et des restrictions sur les armes à destination de la puissance occupante. 2. L'application immédiate de la résolution 2735 2024, c'est-à-dire cessez-le-feu durable, libération des otages, accès humanitaire sans entrave. Et 3. La reconnaissance de l'État de Palestine comme membre de plein droit de l'ONU et le déploiement d'une mission d'interposition. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, si cette prise de contrôle total se réalise, l'impunité deviendra la règle et nous aurons cautionné l'un des pires nettoyages ethniques de l'histoire. Les États doivent agir maintenant, appliquer les avis de la CIJ et exécuter les mandats de la CPI pour que les auteurs, complices et commanditaires répondent de leurs crimes. Pour finir, je voudrais réitérer l'appel de mon pays à tous les États épris de justice et d'humanité, par obligation juridique autant que par devoir moral, à faire leur les aspirations du peuple palestinien à la paix, à la stabilité et à la souveraineté dans les frontières de 1967, avec Jérusalem-Est comme capitale de l'État de Palestine. L'humanité nous regarde, l'histoire nous jugera. Je vous remercie.
Agradezco a la delegación de Senegal su declaración. No hay más intervenciones inscritas en la lista. Se levanta la sesión. Declaro abierta la sesión número 9976 del Consejo de Seguridad. En el orden del día provisional de esta sesión figura el siguiente punto: la situación en Oriente Medio. Queda aprobado el orden del día. El Consejo de Seguridad comenzará ahora el examen del punto 2 del orden del día. El Consejo de Seguridad tiene ante sí el texto de una declaración de la Presidencia en nombre del Consejo sobre el tema de esta sesión. Agradezco a los miembros del Consejo por sus valiosas contribuciones a la declaración. De conformidad con el entendimiento alcanzado entre los miembros del Consejo de Seguridad, consideraré que los miembros del Consejo están de acuerdo con la declaración que se publicará como documento del Consejo de Seguridad con la asignatura S/PRST/2025/6. Se levanta la sesión. Mark Hesed.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. We, the United Kingdom, Denmark, France, Greece, and Slovenia, call for today's urgent meeting of the Security Council on the situation in Gaza. We condemn the government of Israel's decision to further expand its military operations in Gaza. This plan risks violating international humanitarian law. We call on Israel to urgently reverse this decision and not to implement it. And we reiterate that any attempts at annexation or of settlement extension violate international law. Expanding military operations will only endanger the lives of all civilians in Gaza, including the remaining hostages, and result in further unnecessary suffering. Just this week, the Security Council heard a harrowing testimony from Itai David, the brother of Eviatar David, who was cruelly taken hostage by Hamas on 7 October and has been held in atrocious conditions in Gaza for over 22 months. His briefing was a stark reminder that the suffering of the remaining hostages and their families must end. The Security Council has consistently called for the unconditional and immediate release of all the hostages. And we are clear that Hamas must disarm and play no future role, no future part in the governance of Gaza, where the Palestinian Authority must have a central role. But this decision by the Israeli government will do nothing to secure the return of the hostages and risk further endangering their lives. It will also worsen the already catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza and risks further death and mass displacement of Palestinian civilians. The IPC has warned that famine is unfolding in Gaza. Children are dying from starvation. Hunger is so severe that desperate civilians are taking the risk of getting killed at aid distribution sites in order to feed their families. This is a man-made crisis, and therefore urgent action is needed to halt starvation and to surge aid into Gaza. We have a clear message for Israel. Lift restrictions on aid delivery to allow the UN and established humanitarian partners to operate safely and at scale, in line with the principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence. It is also vital that international NGOs can operate in Gaza. Israel's unreasonable visa and registration requirements must be removed, and all land routes opened for essential supplies, including food, baby formula, medicine, fuel, and clean water. After 22 months of suffering in Gaza, now is the time for diplomacy, no more war. The ceasefire earlier this year showed what can be achieved when there is political will. It ended the bloodshed. Hostages were reunited with their loved ones. Effective humanitarian aid reached those in desperate need. The International Conference on the Two-State Solution last month, co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia, was a powerful demonstration of the strength of international resolve to secure a better future and deliver long-term peace for Israelis, Palestinians, and the region. We call on both parties to secure an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the release of all the hostages, and to urgently advance efforts to achieve a two-state solution. Thank you.
Can you just take a question? Is there
No, we
any
cannot take
plan,
questions.
European plan to get the talks back on?
We'll speak inside.
Declaro abierta la sesión número 9975 del Consejo de Seguridad. En el orden del día provisional de esta sesión figura el siguiente punto: la situación en Oriente Medio, incluida la cuestión palestina. Queda aprobada el orden del día. De conformidad con el artículo 37 del Reglamento Provisional del Consejo, invito a participar en esta sesión a las delegaciones de Irak, Israel, Kuwait y el Senegal. Así queda acordado. Propongo que el Consejo invite al representante del Estado observador de Palestina ante las Naciones Unidas a participar en esta sesión, de conformidad con el reglamento provisional y la práctica establecida al respecto. Como no veo objeciones, así queda acordado. De conformidad con el artículo 39 del Reglamento Provisional del Consejo, invito a participar en esta sesión a los siguientes exponentes: señor Miroslav Yencha, subsecretario general para Europa, Asia Central y las Américas del Departamento de Asuntos Políticos y de Consolidación de la Paz y del Departamento de Operaciones de Paz; y al señor Ramesh Rajasingam, director de la División de Coordinación y jefe y representante de la Oficina de Coordinación de Asuntos Humanitarios en Ginebra, OCHA. Así queda acordado. El Consejo de Seguridad comenzará